Good evening, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center as we are tracking a severe weather situation right now with a severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect here until 5:45 this evening for the Stark area. This also goes down toward Alachua there. You can also even see some other counties included with this. The text of the warning does say here this remains in effect until 5:45 for Gilchrist as well as Bradford, northern Alachua, southern Union, and South Central Columbia. And as I say that, we just got an update in from the National Weather Service to cancel out Columbia and Gilchrist as this does matriculate here closer in toward parts of Bradford and Alachua. So the latest update now does indicate a severe thunderstorm was located near Worthington Springs. So even though we're getting some of the nasty action here further into Bradford County, the worst of this really is here as we get down toward Worthington Springs right now. Worthington Springs. You can see the purple on the map, and that is indicative of some pretty large hail possibly. And that's what this warning is for. At first, it is issued for a damaging wind potential, but as we get further to the north here, right now we're only at 53 where I'm at in toward Stark. So this is a hail type situation, an unusual scenario evolving overall. But we have to watch because there is a tornado watch in play for a bit of the area here until midnight, which I'll go into in a few minutes. But right now, this is a hail producer potentially near Santa Fe, and it is moving here right now, according to the Weather Service, off toward the northeast at 50. So you could have some damage to some vehicles here, though I would think we're talking about a scenario where this hail isn't extremely large, only about a quarter size there in terms of that, about quarter size. But we're just going to continue to watch. I have some lighting technology now that we can use, and you can kind of see it popping on up here on our map, some of these different indicators. As you see, I know even up towards Stark, we're getting into some of the action here, but down here you see another lightning strike, just kind of indicative of the scenario here that we do have some thunderstorms around and some pretty heavy downpours. I mean, we're going to really see our rainfall rate where I'm at pick up in a moment. We're on the east side of town, east side of Stark, and we're only at about a tenth of an inch right now, but that's going to increase here, it looks like, in the next few minutes. So we just want you to go ahead and be inside, away from windows for that lightning threat. Winds to maybe 50, but probably under that right now. Not severe criteria there, but the reason that we have the warning in play is for that hail threat. So I'm going to gather more details and be back here in about 5 minutes or so. Back with you here at the bottom of the hour. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, continuing our coverage here of severe storm Axon as we do look towards dark right now. A severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect here until 5:45. So we do just need people to stay aware. And I do want to also see that tornado watch before we get too far along. You might have seen it on your screen if you were watching here on the stream, but I'll go ahead and kind of just point it out for everybody as we go over to our GeoEarth computer right now. I know the temperature is really cool to the north, and that would favor more the hail threat toward the north, in my opinion. And we're kind of seeing that even come to fruition, it seems, with that storm I know earlier in Franklin when it was north here of the boundary. We were talking about that, kind of a random renegade type storm, and now this activity, not as renegade, more organized, but getting north of that boundary, that's making it a little less apt to produce maybe a tornado or those damaging winds. But we're talking about the hail potential. I'm not seeing a lot of that right now on some of more advanced software as I go and kind of drill in for that here. We're getting near Worthington Spring. I know I'm hearing a lot of thunder in the background, so we might be losing a few frames here. It does look like we're losing a few frames here on our software, but even if this storm necessarily isn't producing the severe parameters, the wind, hail, a possible tornado even, we could still see those lightning strikes cause some issues. So you just need to be aware of that. I know, again, we are losing a few frames. I think that's just because of the volatile atmosphere as our rain rate's really picking up where I'm at right now. So we might be losing a few frames here because the internet is slowing down, so we're not able to get as much of our signal out because we're up to 0.78 right now on that rain rate. But for today, I know we've seen almost an inch. That's the most we've seen here since I've had this weather station, something new we have invested in here in the weather center, as we are at 0.94 today on that rain total. So we're going to get over an inch, might get to 2 inches even before it's all said and done here, maybe even 2.5. I don't think that's out of the question. We have quite a bit of rain coming in. It just kind of depends exactly where it hits. I mean, you can get quite a bit in some spots. Other spots not going to get too much. But again, a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45 for this dark area. Lightning, the heavy rain, that can cause issues, of course. I mean, you know how lightning is. It can strike something, and that can be very, very dangerous and potentially deadly even. And then you also just have to watch out for the threat there of those downpours that can cause some car accidents as people are slipping and sliding on the road. So you just really need to be cognizant out there this afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and look at some things behind the scenes real quick as we're trying to get the new information in to see just if there's anything out there that we're missing right now. I just kind of want to stick with this a little bit as we get closer towards dark with the Axon. But right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning in play until 5:45 for this dark area. Let's go ahead and I'm going to turn off one of my radars here just to kind of make sure we can go between the other two a little more effectively as we're just watching the lightning around here in the picture. We're just going to see exactly where some of these strikes set up. You can see down just south of really southeast to Stark, south of State Road, it looks like 16 there, getting into some of the lightning east of State Road 100. So we just have to watch it. Some of these may be cloud to ground strikes, so we just want to be aware of that potential here as the rain's really picking up now, over an inch an hour rain rate. We're going to be over an inch for today here pretty soon, so you got to watch for that ponding of the water on the roadways as well. But again, a severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect for the Stark area. We're talking about north central Florida till 5:45. So just really be careful out there. When we have this purple show up, by the way, and I kind of go ahead and move the map over, I'll point this out for you. As we get there near Worthington Springs, it looks like we just have to watch out for that threat a little bit here because of the overall scenario that we're in. When we get north of the warm front, and as we kind of look at some different things here, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about as we have the winds in a different direction. But we have to watch some of the action in the Gulf as well, because this might be closer there, or even really along that warm front as we're looking toward areas of Levy County. We might have a storm that's a little more robust, even moving in toward the Cedar Key area over the next little bit. So that's definitely something to monitor here as we're looking toward the Gulf Coast. And we just have to pay attention because we can get these storms to kind of rotate, produce something real quick. We have the tornado watch. I'll take that off. As I see some rotation popping up, this product can sometimes help me see stuff that maybe we're missing from a normal perspective. We definitely have some areas of rotation here. So let me go ahead and bring them up. Now, the thing about it is that we're not in an area that maybe is favorable for that rotation to get to the surface. But we still have to watch. Anything can happen here And as we look toward the north, we're seeing some of that here around Alachua. We're just watching it, but again, right now, I don't think we're in a favorable environment for a tornado up here at the moment, despite that tornado watch in play. But to the south is where we have to watch more imminently, because toward Marion County, for instance, toward Putnam County, we just see areas of rotation, and those could become surface-based here. So I just have to pay attention down there. We have that watch again till midnight in effect. So you just want to make sure you're staying tuned for those latest updates. I'll go ahead, zoom back on in now toward the Stark area as we go ahead and go over. If we have some stronger wind with us, it's probably near La Crosse and Brooker right now. In general, it seems like it's hard to see to an extent. And again, we're not necessarily getting this down to the surface, but we just have to pay attention here. I'm going to go and pull up some more other graphics, because I know we do have this scenario where we're in a situation where we're in that tornado watch. So you're thinking about tornado safety. So let me go ahead and switch this on over, make sure we can send that into our system real quick before we bring it up. I think we got that ready to go. So let me go ahead and pop on the graphics. Again, a tornado watch means conditions are favorable for tornadic activity ending close to the watch area. So that includes Stark, Lake Butler to the south. So stay tuned for those updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. And of course, that's the thunderstorm warning remain in effect right now, but no tornado possible tag. The tornado threat right now is to the south, it seems like, based on the overall atmospheric parameters. But if a tornado warning is issued, which is more likely to the south, we're talking about a tornado detected using radar or spotted. So you want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And to protect yourself from flying debris, you want to put on that bicycle helmet. So that's in a tornado warning right now. It's a thunderstorm warning, so you just want to make sure you're kind of inside right now. I'll pop up some of our tips for that again. I know we have those in the corner of the screen for everybody when you're not watching, but I'll go ahead and just kind of pop these on real quick. So again, these are your severe thunderstorm warning tips. When thunder roars, you want to go indoors. You want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building. Stay away from windows, but it's more about lightning right now in this scenario, and maybe some hail as well, which is not something we always see around here. So just pay attention for that. The warning goes for another 8 minutes. Typical criteria maybe not being met right now for a severe thunderstorm warning, but it doesn't mean the storm isn't nasty out there. We just have to watch too to make sure nothing gets some more surface-based with this. Is the further south you get, generally you would see that, but we're also seeing the conditions maybe get to the north here a little bit more as we watch. So let me go ahead and put our temperatures on right now. Take off radar and some other information for a minute, because it gets kind of cluttered if I have too much on. So let me go ahead and pop up our temperatures with our alert information. This is on GR Earth, so you can see these temperatures here: 54 toward Keystone, 55 toward Gainesville, but warmer to the south, and that means generally you have more favorable conditions. I know we did have a random tornado warning pop up toward the Orlando area earlier, so you just have to be watching. Even down there with those temperatures in play, we have those more favorable conditions overall. The tornado parameters are starting to go gradually northward. I'll back this up a little. You can see what I'm talking about earlier to the south here, and you look on the more recent frames, you see the axis getting further toward the north. So we just have to watch to see how the conditions come together overall. So let me go ahead and pop up radar once again. We are still watching this severe thunderstorm warning for Stark till 5:45. But right now, not a really organized severe thunderstorm in the traditional sense. But since we're in Stark, I know you guys want to know what's going on. I'm just going to kind of stick with this here, at least till 5:45, I think. So we're over an inch now on the east side of town for today, 1.08 in terms of that rainfall. And the rain rate right now, though, not as much as it was a moment ago. We were really seeing those numbers get up there. And the wind 10 miles an hour here. So that's the good news. We're now nothing really standing out, but we just have to pay attention again. We do have a warning in place. So as I look at Keystone's METAR report, 17 knots, so under even tropical storm force criteria there toward that region of extreme southeastern Bradford. So it looks like we just got a significant weather advisory, which tells me they're probably not going to extend this severe thunderstorm warning, which is good news for everybody, but we're still watching toward Stark, toward Lake Butler here, just to see how things get going. As we look at our hail product, we're just not seeing a lot right here. So that's definitely some good news, but frequent lightning on the Bradford Union County line. It looks like about 4 strikes here in the last minute or so as we're looking north of Brooker. So I just have to continue to watch. It's right here. I'll point it out for you here. Just again, continue to monitor the action in the weather center. So severe thunderstorm warning for another 5 minutes as we broaden the view out. We're watching in the Gulf because this action might be in a more favorable spot to produce something as the parameters are generally getting more primed as the boundary moves toward the north. So we're just going to continue to pay attention. Gust of 41 earlier there at Old Town, the Mesonet site, 3 miles east southeast of Old Town to be precise there. And actually, they're marking this more near Fannin Springs, so getting there with some of the winds, not severe, but still watching. Eventually, though, that threat does kind of shift northward. The tornado watch isn't played till midnight, so things could be rocky for a little bit. Hopefully before midnight, we're starting to see that threat here decay in our region, but we'll have to watch for Central Florida even later on. The wind direction may not be as favorable. Okay, tornado warning. This is for Crescent City here, folks. So this storm, I was kind of watching some of the action. It's now becoming more surface-based according to the National Weather Service. So we now have a tornado warning for the Crescent City area. So we want to go ahead and get people inside and away from windows. As this is what can happen in these environments. Things can just pop up in a hurry. So now a tornado warning for the Crescent City area. You want to go ahead and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So we're on right now, giving you the very latest. You can kind of see a hook, and you can really see a hook. Wow, that's really ramped up quick. So we really need folks to take shelter here, and this is why we say make sure you have those ways to get those alerts, multiple ways to get alerts, because things can pop up in a flash. So let's go over to GR level 3 now. You do see the rotation here, southwest of Crescent City. We're in that more favorable environment for a tornado to reach the surface. So a possible tornado now. We're seeing some lightning with the action as well in the general area, but a possible tornado near Crescent City. So we want to go and get people into shelter here. The red's going away from the radar. The green's going toward the radar. So go ahead, take shelter here in toward southeastern Putnam, and that ramps up a little bit more. This is not too far away, it looks like, from Bird Road. Also getting here near Union Avenue. So again, this is in Putnam County. A tornado warning has just been issued by the National Weather Service in Jacksonville. So we need to get people into shelter. I'll go ahead and read the text of the statement. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Crescent City, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So western Flagler, southeastern Putnam. As I see that thunderstorm warning drop off for Bradford, Union, and Alachua right now. This tornado warning is in play for Crescent City and Andalusia there till about 6:15. Also Lake Como, as well as Espanola, Georgetown there too. So we're just going to continue to watch here. We're just going to continue to watch the action with that hook. This is in a more favorable environment, it seems now. So we need to be watching right near Crescent City. It's the far southeastern part of our area, but right there near Crescent City, you want to go ahead and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, as they're talking about that core of the circulation is just northwest of Crescent City, according to the Weather Service. So let's look for debris here. Not really seeing anything pop out yet, which is good, obviously, but and I know they're pinpointing this northwest of Crescent City. Sometimes you can kind of see rotation on different maps depending on where you're looking. So again, this is a rotation according to our information now, west of Crescent City right now. And it will be in this moment northwest of Crescent City. So just depending on exactly where you're looking, this rotation, the display may be showing up more northwest of Crescent City here. But again, a tornado warning. You got to be in shelter anywhere in the red box. So don't just listen and think it might be going one way or the other. If you're in the red box, just make it simple for you here, folks. Take shelter now in the tornado warning polygon. We're talking about parts of Flagler and Putnam until 6:15 this evening. So again, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible there. A possible tornado here west of Crescent City. You can kind of see a hook on this. So we want to get people into shelter. Let's go ahead and get those tips pulled up once again. We now have a tornado warning in place. So this changes things with these tips. You now have to take action if you're in parts of Putnam. We're talking about parts of Flagler as well. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Crescent City. So you want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And to protect yourself from flying debris, it might not be a bad idea even to put on a bicycle helmet as well. So I just gotta go ahead and do that here this evening. Again, a tornado warning in play. Get to shelter right now if you're in that Putnam County area. A possible tornado near Crescent City here. Possible tornado. So go ahead and take shelter. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and pull back up our software. We're going to watch this very carefully here as we get toward Crescent City. And I think I'm going to stick with this for another frame or two to kind of get this past the downtown Crescent City area. And we have some other areas here as well. You can see some of these roads, meaning maybe more population we're talking about. As we get out here, you can kind of see it looks like a subdivision out here. So we have to watch as we get this tornado warning in play here. This area of rotation, I'll back this up. You can kind of see how it comes together. It was kind of diffuse and weak a little while ago. And I'm going to watch the storm in Marion as well. As that becomes weaker to the south, the one to the north is becoming stronger here. And this is right near Crescent City. So again, a possible tornado near Crescent City. You need to be in shelter immediately there. The movement with this is northeast at 25 miles an hour. So this will get near Crescent City about now, and Andalusia there by about 6 o'clock. So you want to go ahead and get inside, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible to protect yourself. Again, if you're watching from our other regions here, I know we cover parts of South Georgia. Excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and switch this over now. And then I think we'll go ahead and wrap the update up for the time being and be back in just a few. But again, a tornado warning in place, so we're not going anywhere with the stream, of course. But in overall, the scenario to the north, you don't see the conditions as favorable for the accent up there. Not severe weather in toward those southern Georgia counties. That we did have some small hail earlier, but that's probably the extent of it up there. The parameters just aren't favorable. So good news if you're watching from Albany way across. You don't need to pay attention too much, I don't think. But to the south, we just want to watch. We have the tornado warning, the tornado watch, a slight risk in play by the Storm Prediction Center as well, getting us to the Alachua, Putnam, Clay Bradford line pretty much. So just going to continue to watch here as we take off our other mapping once again. Again, a tornado warning, Crescent City. This rotation ramping on up according to the Weather Service. So we want you to be in shelter. I know we're looking about 6,000 feet up at this. So what I'm going to do temporarily, I think, is Melbourne's down. Okay, I was going to go switch to Melbourne, but I believe our Melbourne's radar is down. So we're just going to stick with the Jacksonville radar, actually. So let me go ahead and go back over here. Again, watching the circulation move past Crescent City, move towards some neighborhoods, it seems, and toward Flagler County as well. So just go ahead and take shelter. We're watching this right now move over the lake there. So again, just go ahead and get inside, get away from those windows here. Just a nasty scenario overall. A nasty scenario. Possible tornado moving from Putnam into Flagler. So we're going to catch our breath for a few minutes. It's 5:48 right now. We'll be back here now, 5:49. We'll be back here by 5:55 with more information. Take shelter from the path of this storm as it moves off toward the northeast. Tornado warning until 6:15 for parts of Putnam and Flagler. Back within the Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, continuing to follow that tornado warning toward Flagler, toward Putnam. Really, we're talking about Flagler at this point, as the Weather Service talking about that center of circulation now moving into west central Flagler. So we want people in shelter here, moving off toward the northeast, it looks like. Again, at about now 30 miles an hour. They've changed this in the update. They were saying 25 earlier, now 30, and they just sent out another update. As I say that, they canceled Putnam, as we kind of talked about just a second ago with that threat subsiding there. But now the tornado could be over Andalusia there, in toward parts of Flagler County. So we want people in shelter. And we're seeing some pretty tight rotation with this near, it looks like State Road 20, also getting there near County Road 2005. So there's your updated polygon by the National Weather Service now. So again, a tornado warning for Flagler until 6:15. At 5:55, the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Andalusia there, moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So we look toward the southward. There was some rotation earlier, but it's not really showing up too much now. And then as we get toward the north, we're watching some lightning near Stark. But right now, no warnings. There is a significant weather advisory, though, for some strong thunderstorms in the Middleburg area, moving off toward the northeast a little bit faster there. We're talking about north of the boundary at about 45 miles an hour, but no severe weather there. We have to watch, though, in the Gulf, because this acts more favorable, I would think, for the severe development. But right now, a tornado warning for parts of Putnam, parts of Flagler, until 6:15. So we're talking about right near State Road 20. So go ahead, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. You even see a lightning strike really close to this rotation, and that can be sometimes indicative of a tornado maybe trying to touch down here as we're looking in toward parts of Flagler County. So again, a tornado warning. This is moving toward Espanola over the next little bit here in Flagler County, and maybe it looks like right now, but now you're going to be just bypassed by this, but it'll be close. You can kind of see this rotation here, a little bit of that northerly component moving more toward Espanola here, and maybe to the south of Dinner Island, but we're going to continue to watch it. And if this were to hold together, a new tornado warning would probably be required for parts of eastern Flagler here, closer to the I-95 corridor. So we're talking about Beverly Beach there, as well as Flagler Beach up the Palm Coast. So I just have to continue to watch. And looking at the latest scan, maybe a little weaker, but we're about 6,000 feet up, so it's not going to be the best look at things, as we're in an area that's a little bit harder to get a radar indication of. But as we get off toward the north and east, you see more population over toward eastern Flagler, over toward I-95. So you want to just go ahead and be in shelter here. Again, a possible tornado impacting parts of our region, our far southeasternmost county. But we want you to just be in shelter right now, because we do have the threat of a tornado occurring. I know back at December of 2019 there, we were talking about a situation here a little bit further to the south there in Flagler, I do believe, looking down toward Corona as I move the map over a little bit with a tornado, and now a possible tornado to the north. We also have to watch sometimes when we get closer toward the Atlantic. We have to just monitor for some intensification. But right now, the Weather Service just gave us an update saying they're monitoring the storm still, but that circulation is showing signs of weakening right now, as we've been kind of alluding to over the last few minutes. But it could touch back down here again. If it's touched down earlier, it could ramp back up and then touch back down. We don't have any confirmation of a tornado touchdown at this point, but we had some really tight rotation a little while ago as we're looking north of State Road 20. So again, just make sure you're watching here. We're at the top of the hour now, 6 o'clock on this Saturday evening. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, watching a tornado warning storm in Flagler County here, moving off toward the northeast at 30, and some very heavy rain to the north. We're up towards Stark now, east side of town. We're talking about 1.17 inches of rain today, the most we've had all year. Really, I mean, today's total has just pretty much doubled our yearly total that we did have in the books before this February 6th. So that's kind of something to think about there in that regard. But as we get toward the north now, toward Lodi, maybe some small hail here as we look at some of our different products. And then to the south, yeah, let's see, that co-located. I didn't really like that there, that little dropout, but I don't think that's really co-located in the time frame. So that's good. If that green area that we were just looking at on correlation coefficient, which also can be used for debris detection in addition to hail detection, this area here that's showing up not too far away, it looks like from Coconut Boulevard here, was showing up a little further to the east, co-located, to be more concerned about a debris signature. And sometimes in here it's hard to get a debris signature. I know that storm was pretty strong around Corona. We never had really a definitive debris signature in December, so you just never know here, folks. So it's pretty high up that we're looking into the storm, 5,857 feet right now, in fact, according to my information that I'm looking at behind the scenes. So you just want to be watching, again, a possible tornado here in this area. I'm going to go ahead and kind of back this up a little. You can see the progression. We had that definitive hook there on a couple different frames. I mean, that's a really definitive hook. Now, the rotation wasn't matching up completely, but that could be just an issue of being further away from the radar site here. And that's something you have to kind of monitor here in the overall scenario. So, again, still monitoring that tornado warning storm in Flagler, but according to the Weather Service and according to my observations here, that circulation is showing some weakening, so that's some good news. We're going to continue to watch. We might wrap it up here for a few minutes if we don't see too much, and then come back around 6:15. But I'm going to go ahead and stick with this for a little bit longer, just because I do want to make sure people are in shelter. Watch at least a frame or two more here and kind of make a determination at that point. But again, right around Espanola there, in toward Flagler County, a possible tornado, according to the Doppler radar here. So there's your circulation, northeasterly movement here overall. So just have to be inside and away from windows. And even without a tornado, heavy downpours here. Heavy downpours in northern Bradford and toward Duval. We haven't really talked about this, but there's a lot of storms around here. A lot of storms that are around. Southern Duval there, Orange Park, Western Alachua, and Cedar Key we have to watch. It's harder to see off the Jacksonville radar, but we have to watch for something to try to evolve around Cedar Key, because that'd be in a more favorable environment with the parameters coming into play. This is in a less favorable environment overall, but we're close to that warm front, which can be problematic sometimes. So they are seeing a marine warning now from St. Augustine to Flagler, and that rotation that's ramped back up again. So they might have to continue this warning. The one thing I will say, though, about this is that the greens got brighter. The reds, as I look at the numbers here, I queried that 13, and then that was 12. So really, they didn't change too much, but the greens got a little brighter. It's a tough spot on the radar, so it's going to have to really be a call that is thought about here, maybe, if we're not seeing a rotation too strong or too weak, because sometimes you just never know. Something could be reaching the ground and we just don't know, because of it being a more rural area. We don't have as many people in general. So you've seen some neighborhoods on the map, and then the radar looking further up into where the storm. So 6:04 right now. The tornado warning continues. Eventually, this is moving near US 1, near I-95 here as well. So again, just continue to take shelter here in the red polygon. If there's a new tornado warning coming, it would need to come soon. They also could go with a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, as we just see a significant weather advisory coming out to 7 for that area. We're watching moving in toward Levy County right now. We're going to continue to monitor the progress of this action, because more favorable environment here potentially for this. We go to the north now near Stark. You do see some lightning here near Highland. Maybe some hail, be really small, but maybe some hail there. We'll go back to the southeast now toward Flagler County. The heavy rain near Dinner Island, maybe some small hail, but Hispaniola right now is where we have the rotation closest to us. So we just want you to go ahead and get inside, get away from windows. The latest information from the Weather Service is that they're still watching this here very carefully, but right now it has shown signs of weakening here. That was from 5:59, of course, from the meteorologists there at the National Weather Service in Jacksonville, and of course, Weather Service on this Saturday doing a great job keeping us up to date. Just keeping an eye on all the different models here as well, because those parameters are still going to be favorable as we're looking ahead. So 6:05 on this Saturday now. we're going to look at some of the cameras now. So let me go ahead and zoom out. I have a new thing we can do with our lightning. This just kind of shows the overall scenario. 15,000 strikes in the overall scenario, Roy, not specific to our area, but this kind of indicates how electrified some of this accident can be at times with this cloud to ground and cloud to cloud strikes. So we just have to continue to watch as you do make sure you're on a Saturday trying to be careful. I know it's 54 in toward the Stark area, but the south, some of you might have been trying to enjoy the day a little bit with those warmer temperatures. So that's something to bear in mind as well. Let's take on a camera tour now. We're going to start off in Gainesville, I think. We have the UF Weather Stem camera ready, and you can see some of those dark clouds there in the distance. Roy tells the story, and then as we get toward our next stop on our tour now, Lodi, you'll be able to see what's happening there in toward Lodi with some of the rain around. So just be really careful there as you're headed out and about. Roy, just try not to, especially from that tornado warning in Flagler. And then as we get toward baseball grounds camera here in Jacksonville, you see getting a little bit darker there, and the rain on that camera lens as well, making for some slick roads. Union County Weather Stem, our last stop here on this setup, and you do see some of those dark clouds there as well as we're kind of looking down toward the city of Lake Butler in Union County. So again, that's your Weather Stem tour for now. Let's check on the information here in the chat. A severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning being issued. So that means once we give you that information, if the rotation's still kind of on the weaker side, we might be able to go ahead and take a break here for a few minutes. But let me go ahead and zoom back down here. You see something that's still kind of there. I'm a little surprised in some way they didn't go with a tornado warning, seeing that kind of ramp back up in a radar spot. That's a little harder to see, but there might be a thought that we're getting a little bit further to the north here in an area that might not be as favorable for this accident. But if you're in the Palm Coast, you gotta watch. So here's that thunderstorm warning that just got issued here by the National Weather Service office. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Flagler and southeastern St. John's until 6:30. A severe thunderstorm located near Bunnell, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So could have a little bit of damage there to roof, siding, and trees. Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, Bunnell, Marineland, Beverly Beach under this as well. So that looks like to be a decision from the Weather Service for now. We're going to continue to watch. I'll be back about 6:15 with more, but I don't like that there, that wind. Yeah, let's stick with this another frame because this wind might be really translating. It's going to be off the coast pretty soon, so let's stick with this. I think I want to stick with this as this wind is right there as we look at the radar. This is kind of right on the edge of this, so maybe, hopefully not all translating to the surface, but Woodhaven Drive, West Cedar Lane, our radar is indicating winds in excess of 60 miles an hour there, so you just have to be really careful here. They just expired the tornado warning, which is good. So they're thinking maybe more of a straight line situation, which is possible. We're not seeing as much of the red, but we're seeing a lot of wind. So you could have damage like a weak tornado, because if we're getting 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, I'll go ahead and pull up our tornado scale, because I think this is a good comparison. I know we had the wind damage out towards Swanee County last week, in fact, last Wednesday, and that wind damage seemed to have been a little bit higher in terms of those numbers based on the surveys there and those wind speeds than what we actually had in the Tallahassee tornado. So that kind of tells a story sometimes. And here's our gauge for this, the enhanced Fujita scale. We could have zero-like damage with that wind there toward parts of Flagler County based on the radar echoes I'm seeing right now. So you need to really be careful. You need to be careful here, as we just got a delayed report in from a spotter there of some small hail in toward the Middleburg area from 542. So let's move the map up there for a second. We're talking about a storm spotter reporting pea-sized hail at the intersection of County Road 215 and North Deer Avenue in Middleburg at 542 there, 2 miles southwest of Middleburg in Clay County. So something to just kind of bear in mind there. But this wind, really strong. Radar showing the winds maybe in excess of 60 and maybe even 65 miles an hour. This is Pixel right here showing 67. Right here near, it looks like as I get down real tight, Wood Glen Place there. Wood Glen Place, maybe some winds to 60 to 70 miles an hour, a possibility according to our radar technology. We are looking further up in the storm, but we have to watch near Interstate 95 here. You probably shouldn't really be driving out there on that section of I-95 there, as we're looking right toward Palm Coast. And that wind really ramped up a little bit more even on our products, kind of add that up as we look toward Palm Coast anyway. The numbers actually look about the same. Some of these pixels could have went down just a tad, but my point about it is the wind is going up into toward Palm Coast though, and that's what we do have to watch for. Pretty highly populated area of the viewing circle, albeit the southeastern most county. We do want to cover you with this stronger wind. It's not a situation where it's marginally severe, in my opinion. It's a situation where it's kind of a little bit more than that, with this wind potentially reaching the surface near Palm Coast. So we're just going to go ahead and ride this out, I think, until this wind gets off the coast. I'll feel a little bit better about this. So 6:11, the severe thunderstorm warning, the tornado warning's gone, so that's good. It got expired. Technically, I guess it may be till 6:15, but not going to be on the maps right now. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning, though, with this really strong wind moving in the Palm Coast on our different tools. You can really see the bright colors here. As we broaden the view out, we got to kind of keep an eye on the whole area because we have more action toward Levy County here, toward Gainesville. We're watching as well. A lot of this action's a little bit more isolated, which concerns me, and that we could get something a little more in the rotational sense to evolve here toward the south, from about start to the south here with this. So we're watching about 4 different clusters, I guess you could say, and I'll broaden this out a little more so I can point these out to you on our chroma key. So we have that warning out here. We have another cluster to the south toward Gainesville. We're watching your I-75. And then as we're looking toward Levy County there, toward the Gulf Coast, we do have a area there of some hail trying to show up near Cedar Key. So might be getting some of this here, even though there's not a warning. It's a tough spot for the Weather Service in Tampa to warn for. So maybe getting some small hail here near Watson Circle, near Anna Street right now. Near Anchor Cove Drive. So I just have to watch here as we're looking in Levy County. As we watch here on some of our tools, there's a hail report up to the north around Middleburg. Weak rotation in southern Putnam. Broad area of wind here in Alachua. A little bit stronger wind though, indicative of maybe a severe storm here near I-95 in Flagler County. We're about to try to get another radar update here on our tools, so I just kind of watch for that. Hopefully to update here on us soon as we're looking near Berkshire Lane, some pretty strong winds. And we're trying to give you the very latest information to protect you and your family on this Saturday. So we're just having to make sure everything's paid attention to here in this environment. As they're talking about in the chat now, the strongest coil winds in Flagler moving in the Palm Coast. You just saw an update there on your screen, right in the Palm Coast right now. I'm going to pop up our other software here as well, our radar scope technology to give you a different viewpoint. Yeah, it's really showing some nasty weather as well. So let me go ahead and switch this on over here toward radar scope. And as we get toward Palm Coast, we're going to drill down here 63 miles an hour, so up there, and a little weak rotation, but just really strong wind is what we're concerned about in toward Palm Coast, right over I-95 right now. So it's a nasty, nasty drive there. The sun going down, it's getting dark with that, and then you do have the storm making it a little bit darker there as well. So there's downpours adding to the situation with the winds, and you got a pretty tough drive there on I-95 in Flagler County. Of course, we're watching I-75 as well off toward the west. No warning there yet, but I'll go ahead and zoom back out, and we'll see some of this action here on the west side of Gainesville. And nothing really standing out, but we just have to watch here in this environment. And this storm near Cedar Key, I'm going to keep watching it. You see the lightning there. Not warned yet, but we just got to watch it. As I'm getting a report now from the weekend meteorologist at WCJB there in Gainesville of a report from 510 in Alachua of a viewer video of some hail there. So that was about an hour ago, moving through northwestern Alachua County. So the weekend meteorologist there, AJ Willie, talking about that viewer video of some hail in Alachua from about 510 this evening. So we just want to make sure, as they're getting some more acts and moving on through now, you just got to be careful in this situation. I'll wrap this up soon if we can get this core of the wind off the coast, but we still got a few more frames to get through. This movement right now here with this, I'll go ahead and pop it on to get the latest, just to make sure we have the numbers right. Northeast at 40, so I'll go ahead and track the back edge of this wind here. So we're talking about northeast at 40, so we're only about 5 miles or so from clearing this off the coast. So in that situation, as we just got a warning for Levy, that storm I just gave you the heads up on, just got a thunderstorm warning to 6:45. We're looking at this storm 5 miles, movement 45. So if you do the math there, we do 5 times 3 is 15, of course. That would be 20 minutes, but you cut that in half. It's about 5 to 10 minutes or so when this is off the coast here. When this is off the coast. So just going to go ahead and continue to watch for this. But let's go ahead and now look at a new warning for Levy. We kind of give you the heads up about it. It's really tough to see, but let's switch to Tampa. I'm not sure which would give us the better look. It's close here. But we'll go to Tampa to see if we can get a different perspective here with that wind and hail potentially around Cedar Key. Not severe hail according to them right now in the office in Tampa, 3/4 of an inch in diameter. So we're just going to continue to watch there, though, with those 60-mile-per-hour winds in that region. That threat starting to evolve, as we kind of have been hinting at here over the last little bit. So there's your track and that movement. I'll go ahead and pop back on camera, I think, as we try to give you that movement here. That warning hadn't popped up in this system yet. So let me go ahead and go to our other system where we should have that warning. Ooh, that wind is really strong there. That's showing up really strong right here at the coast near 70 now, as we're looking Flagler County near Christopher Court. So 70-mile-an-hour winds possible there. But now Cedar Key, the movement here off toward the northeast at 50 miles an hour. So eventually we're going to watch this get in toward maybe, as we put on the normal radar, you see Levy, then maybe if you just kind of extrapolate the polygon out, maybe into Alachua, and then even clipping parts of Putnam, maybe Bradford Clay. We'll have to wait and see, depending on how things set up. But let's go ahead now and get back to this area near Palm Coast. That might be some more rotation trying to get going here. Yeah, that looks like rotation to me. Let me check for debris. Right near Palm Coast, highly populated area. It's not going to be easy to see something. I have to be pretty strong probably to see that tornado debris. But so let's go ahead and watch. Now, luckily, the latest scan has kind of dispersed things some. It looks like the wind energy is going over the Atlantic now, and that circulation is not too tight. So that's good news there. So 6:18, we're about to catch our breath with that storm going off the coast. Still got to watch the beach for lightning up and down the coast, for that matter, here in northern Florida, as we broaden that out a little bit more. But then toward the Gulf Coast, we have the super thunderstorm warning of most concern at the moment. Now, as that concern ramps up, the concern for Palm Coast starts to ramp down a little bit. So a severe thunderstorm warning for the Cedar Key area, State Highway 24. We have the hail potential there. You're not going to get the best look at this, but you have the lightning in that vicinity as well. So just go ahead, be careful out there. It's will eventually be moving away here from Cedar Key as we're looking ahead in just the next few minutes to core this really. And then Otter Creek, Gulf Hammock will have to watch, as we also get all the way up toward Usher as well into this warning, but probably more toward Otter Creek as we watch the progression of this to about 6:45. So right now we're going to take a break. No tornado warnings, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. The Weather Service just talking about this storm in Flagler, that they're saying this is a nice supercell, but it's elevated, so the enough shear is reaching the surface above the aversion though for a major cyclone. But right now we're not talking about maybe a tornadic producer. So that's some good news as we look at some of the different layers of the radar, as that kind of just showed up there a little bit on our other tool as we were just showing a moment ago, but it's kind of dispersed overall as power outages are now being reported by the emergency manager there in Flagler County, northwest Palm Coast. Now, reporting power outages, and this came right close there into where Palm Coast just winded a few minutes ago, knocking out some power into where Flagler County, as you would expect. So, pretty nasty evening. The worst of that still just trying to get offshore, but the other storm here, west coast, east coast, we're going back and forth, and you do see the storm here near Cedar Key, the hail producing storm possible in that area, and then that damaging wind potential is there as well. We'll be back at 6:30 with more, unless we have new information we need to jump on before then with. So for now, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Continue to watch those radar frames update while we go ahead and take a quick break. Back with you here in the Weather Center. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, continuing our coverage here of severe storm Axon in North Florida. And we are watching a storm here toward Levy County right now that does catch my attention near Gulf Hammock. So let's get right in here. You see some of this wind energy, maybe some hail as well. So we just have to be very mindful here toward the Gulf Coast for this Axon, moving near US Highway 19, the worst of it over the next little bit. So Gulf Hammock up toward Otter Creek. As I know, I hear some thunder in my area right now as well. We're continuing to watch some of that lightning towards Stark. You see on the map here in just the last few minutes, an area of lightning down toward Waldo and Hampton as well. As we watch for some rotation, it's really hard to see in here as we're not in this favorable environment to the north, but the temperature has gone up where I'm at. We're at about 60 degrees now, so that is indicative of those temperatures surging north, those warmer temperatures we're talking about. So just going to continue to watch this with that tornado watch and play. As we go ahead and go over toward our other view, I'm going to go ahead and pull up our watch again. We'll get that on the big board here and try to see exactly what is happening overall. You see that tornado watch continuing until about midnight. So have to just pay attention here, make sure nothing kind of starts to pop up on us, doesn't start to surprise us here in the Weather Center. So that temperature increases the story over the last little bit towards dark again, going all the way up there about 6-7 degrees as we're looking over the last little bit. So that air, that warmer air surging northward here. So you just have to be mindful of that potential for the damaging winds and the isolated tornadic acts and maybe some hail as well. But the hail threat's more in the northern periphery here too. That threat though to the south is going to try to surge northward and increase. So we just have to be mindful there. I'm going to go ahead and pull up our power outage information now here as we go over toward our other source. Let me get that loaded on in, so give me just a moment here on this Saturday because we got some information about some power outages. So I want to try to map those out for you here, map some of that information out as we're at about 6:25 on that last power outage update here. Looking like about 2,791 customers without power in the state of Florida. So let me go ahead and show you the wide view on that now, and you'll be able to see toward Flagler we have about 745 marked as out, and that could go up in the next updates. But as we get off toward the west here, Putnam's only at 60, Alachua is only at 56. That's good. Levy and Gilchrist, you're seeing some of the outages there a little bit higher, but nothing extreme. But these are counties that aren't as populated, so the percentage is a little bit higher than in maybe a bigger county with these numbers out. So 123 in terms of customer data in Dixie, 215 out in Gilchrist, and 346 in Levy. So just kind of giving that summary there, those power outages, as we are watching some stronger acts move toward the north here. So let me go ahead, pop back on. I know we're in a bad radar spot right now for this Axon overall in toward Levy, but you can see lightning. That's one thing you don't have to have the radar for, and that it doesn't matter where you're at. You can just see that lightning pop on up on our system. We have some new technology to see that now, some new data there. So you see near Otter Creek, 9 lightning strikes in just the last couple minutes. It looks like there, and 10 there in another spot not too far away. So frequent lightnings occurring. That means you could be having some issues even with some of that striking the ground there, cloud to ground lightning strikes. And of course, that's what is really dangerous. That can cause injuries, fatalities sometimes even. You're typically watching that more toward the summer, but even this time of year, you have to be paying attention with that lightning threat with an area of concentrated lightning like that in the word Levy. More isolated lightning from a few minutes ago toward Bradford. You kind of see these small dots. It's going to be really hard to point these out, but I'll try to zoom on in here and point them out. So you see one right above my hand here, another here, another maybe off toward the west. Or maybe not Axon, might have just went away. That's the point. It's hard to see them though here, and yeah, I backed this up. You can kind of see there some of the lightning that was in play over the last few minutes, as this kind of shows in a way where those strikes go ahead and get a little bit smaller as we progress. But you see our maps having trouble catching up to that surge in temperatures. I mean, up to 59 pretty quickly here where I'm at. As we've now seen over an inch and 3/10 of an inch of rain here today towards Stark. So the rain rate right now only about 5/100ths of an inch per hour. So that's going to change though as we get some more rain to come in. There's more rain surging on in here. Significant weather advisory in play at 7:15. Not a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but I know the Weather Service is just watching the action around Stark. So let me go ahead and get back in here. I will just say this to you, not severe right now around Stark, but some pretty heavy rain here in toward Bradford County. So you see this here near 301. It's just going to be a pretty tough evening drive there. Maybe even a commute home. Some of you may be working on a Saturday. Those traditional 9 to 5 type hours that you would see on a Friday. Maybe it's a job carrying over into Saturday as well. Something to that effect. Or maybe just trying to go out and get a bite to eat. It's not the time to do that right now, though. Really just want to try to stay home this evening if you can, as we're looking toward North Florida. Now, again, South Georgia is a different story, but some winds here. We're trying to see how these are reaching the surface. As you see some lightning toward the rest of there, we're just going to watch that. But I know in South Georgia, not near as much of a concern. Really no concern in terms of severe weather. We did have some small hail there earlier, seeing some videos of that, but overall not a severe threat in toward that region. And I'll go ahead and get the risk area put back up again. I know this is our first tornado watch we've had in a while, so some of you might just want to be a little bit more in tune to things here. And if you are, we're trying just to give you the very latest to protect you and your family here this evening, as we have that storm in Levy, the only one severe right now. And that Broadview just to that risk area to you here. The extent of it all the way into Duval with a marginal, and then all the way down into what it looks like Broward with the marginal as well. But with the slight risk, where the bigger threat is from about Keystone, Gainesville, over towards St. Augustine south through about Tampa, through about Palm Bay. So that's where we got to watch. I'll take more of this off real quick. I'll take the lightning and the warnings off just to kind of give you a clean look at this here. And we'll put it on a Florida view for everybody. So again, there is the overall situation here with that risk. That's where the greatest risk is, in that yellow from about Tampa, which I know they have the Super Bowl activities. It's going to get pretty nasty there as we're pulling the radar back on. Going to get pretty nasty there later on during the overnight hours, really. But luckily for that big game, Tampa Bay and Kansas City there tomorrow, the conditions will be a lot better, it looks like, as of the latest updates that we've been seeing. And in terms of that overall weather pattern here, as we're looking ahead, we'll have to watch next week for maybe some more severe chances, but it's too early to get into specifics about that, as we just have to watch here with this overall pattern. Sometimes a little bit more favorable for this, as we're kind of in that more warm type air when we see it surging up. This part of the country, at least in comparison to areas like Michigan, I mean, they were in the teens as I was looking there earlier toward Detroit. I'll pop up on the temperature on our map here, and we'll go ahead and kind of see that view. You see the temperature contrast here. So, I mean, we'll start off in South Florida. This might take a minute, but you see 70s here, 75 or so, 78 toward Fort Myers, and then the drop off is 60s toward Ocala, toward Ormond Beach there, 50s in north central Florida, northeast as the rain picks up in my location. Tallahassee's at 51. 40s toward Moultrie, toward Waycross, 30s toward Atlanta, where we could have a little wintry precipitation, as you're already seeing in Navarre, especially more to the north of there, already down to about 33 in Blairsville, Georgia, and the mountains there. And then as we get more in Missouri, we're seeing some snow as well. So we're watching that toward southeastern Missouri, as those temperatures there, as we get even further in toward the 20s there. Kansas City, of course, some of you might be interested in their weather, as they've gone ahead and left there, and they're at the stadium region. I guess you could say they're not at the stadium yet, I don't think, but we're still about 24 hours away from that, and it's a good thing that we're not doing the severe coverage during the Super Bowl, by the way. But they're in the teens there, it looks like, in Kansas City. 19, I know if this was during the Super Bowl, it'll be a situation where there'll be a lot of double boxes when there's tornado warnings across the region, the Orlando, the Jacksonville markets. That would be a little bit of an interesting storyline potentially, or maybe even just having to shift it to an alternative channel like Fox versus a CBS, or maybe in Orlando, maybe a digital channel or something, or a Facebook even. So this kind of an interesting situation there, That's one of the things you always think about in meteorology, really, is how do you deal with interrupting a game? Of course, that doesn't apply to me here since we're on our social media platforms, of course, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, but I'm talking about from the broadcast television perspective there, CBS affiliates in Jacksonville, Orlando, having to really make interesting decisions when there's a Super Bowl on versus when there's other programming on, of course. But it's always important to warn the viewers and make sure they know exactly what's happening so they can protect themselves and their families. But again, that storm that's been really impressive moving off toward Flagler, now off the coast, and then as we look here down towards Cedar Key, you do see some of the hail potential there. This is right on the edge of the warning near Gulf Hammock, really, and we're just going to watch for that as we are looking around the Stark area, Gainesville here, seeing some of that rain around this evening. So just be mindful here of exactly what is happening with this. But again, you see the temperature differences. Just got a new warning. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Levy until 7:15. Let's go ahead and zoom into here. I'll give you the particulars on this, and then we'll probably jump away for a little bit to gather more information. And actually, we already have it up on our other source. Let me go ahead and pop this in, as we've seen more of a deviation here. As we're watching the hail maybe pick up more toward Gulf Hammock, as you see it pop up on here, but I think we have it lined up a little bit better on this map here. So that hail potential right there along it looks like U.S. Highway 98 in Levy County. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of northern Florida. We're talking about southeastern Levy until 7:15, moving east at 50. A severe thunderstorm located 11 miles southwest of Williston Highlands, or 14 miles west of Rainbow Lakes Estates, moving east at 50. So let's just go for Williston now. Williston Highlands, as well as the Williston Municipal Airport as well. The worst may go to the south, but things are switching around on us a little bit. As I'll back this up, it's tough to see on radar too, but we had the polygon, and generally you'll watch these polygons be extended more in this direction here. But we've seen an area of more concentrated severe action develop to the south here in the southern flank. So they've issued a warning more toward the east with that for now. So that might mean more of a threat here in towards southeastern Levy and also northern Marion if that continues. I know we're kind of pinpointing some of that there a little further to south, and now that's kind of becoming a little more apparent there, even more apparent now as the Weather Service talks about that. Of course, this is a jurisdictional change as well, as Levy and Jacksonville not in the same jurisdiction. We're talking about Levy and Tampa, and Marion and Jacksonville is warning area. So we'll see what Jacksonville decides of this, but it's a pretty impressive storm, and they're talking about it maintaining its strength right now. So you're seeing that there not too far away from, it looks like, Old Lebanon Road there in toward Levy County. Gonna move in here, looks like toward southeast 55th Lane over the next little bit as well. Morriston there in toward eastern Levy, eventually into Marion. So that's an interesting signature in southern Alachua there. I see a tornado vortex signature, and that's closer here. And we have to watch, because depending on where that warm air surges to, this stuff could become more surface-based. We just have to pay attention there. And we just got reports from a previous storm toward Levy County, a non-severe storm, where 2 homes received minor to moderate roof damage, and multiple trees and power lines were down between Chiefland and Fannin Springs. And unfortunately, that's from 420. That goes to the fact, I believe, there's some radar coverage issues down there because we're further away. Nothing the Weather Service can really do about that. As they're trying to issue these warnings, they're looking further up into the storm. So it's possible we could have had some damage from a stronger wind gust that just wasn't seen by radar, or maybe even a brief tornado not out of the question there before we even came on, before there were any warnings in toward the Jacksonville area per se, the Jacksonville-Gainesville area. As we're looking at, of course, we had that warning toward Franklin. There's a little bit better radar coverage there because of Tallahassee's radar, and even Panama City's for that matter. Eglin, I believe, would give you pretty good coverage. But as we're looking at here, it's just so tough. Levy is a tough spot to warn for, like Flagler. But I mean, Levy is a really hard spot to get a good signal on because we're up 10,000 feet. You just don't know what's really happening to the surface down here, unfortunately. And it's possible we could have had something occur there that was way in a weak tornado or a damaging wind gust there. So again, 2 homes receiving minor to moderate roof damage with multiple trees and power lines down between Chiefland and Fannin Springs around 420. Let me see if I can batten this up. We have this, okay, this is 440 something. So it's this area right here. This is previous radar from 2 hours ago as the axe moving in the Gilchrist. And yeah, there's some rotation there. So definitely, this is from 2 hours ago. There could have been something near Fannin Springs there in toward that area before we even had any warning. So even this area up here, and there's no warning, you just gotta watch. You just never know what's really reaching the surface here. It's tricky, folks. It's something that's really tricky to try to figure out. So just monitor this here near Orange Heights, near Waldo. If you hear a really high gust there of wind, you might want to make sure you're getting inside a little bit further in that home, getting in that interior room even. So this is tough. I mean, if you're in Levy, you really have to be paying attention to weather even a little bit more than in other areas, though, because you just don't know what's going to happen because of the distance from the radar. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way it goes sometimes down in that region. As we look over here to heavy rain towards dark, our rainfall right now, you might be able to hear in the background pretty loud, up to 1.61 inches per hour. And we're now 20 inch and a half today. So that's the most rain we've seen in a while. I'll pull for our rainfall, and you see a lot of that rain here off toward Northwest County Road 229. Also here toward Flagler County around Dinner Island, some of the heavier rain in the last hour. And you see some of this toward Levy, which is probably a little bit heavier than what it's showing up here. So you just have to be mindful of that. And then as we put on our storm total amounts, this gets us back a while. You can see the most rain is falling here from a corridor really that lines up from Horseshoe Beach over toward Cross City, Trenton, Newberry, Vale. I'll go ahead and take the mouse real quick actually, and we'll kind of slide this up a little bit more. So Alachua, Stark, Lake Butler, Lodi, Orange Park, even over towards Sawgrass. So again, just continuing to see that progressing here with that axe. And this is showing overall here towards dark. I mean, it's estimating over 3 inches actually there. The ward where I'm at is actually lining up pretty close to what we have. It's showing 1.64, give or take, here in eastern Bradford. So we're at 1.54 right now at that rain rate now. If the current rate would fall for an hour, which it shouldn't, it's not going to with this area. That current rain rate right now is 2.78 inches. So we have 2.78 inches added in an hour if it fell like this for an hour. But luckily this is moving on through, and that's some good news with that. But we still have to watch for more accidents. That tornado watch remains in effect here until midnight. So conditions still favorable here. And I think we're going to take a break right now. We're at 6:49. So we're just going to take a few minute break here with our coverage. Temperatures in the 60s, 70s toward Orlando, a little warmer up toward Gainesville. I was kind of talking about it. You see the increase in Gainesville. Generally, when you have rain come through, you would see a decrease. But instead, 54 there at Gainesville Airport, up to 56, up to 57, up to 58. You kind of get the idea that those conditions become a little more prime for some of the accident to become more surface-based with the damaging conditions. And we already saw some issues without this towards becoming as surface-based. So we're going to continue to watch things. I'll be back by about 7, unless we need to cut back in before that, as we're watching things very carefully. It's a tough environment to get a handle on in some ways with that warm front. It just makes things kind of hard to pick out sometimes. As you do see that boundary that I have these wind arrows plotted on, you kind of have to look close. Let me move this down a little. You can kind of see here we have the wind coming from the south, more favorable, and then you have the winds up here where you wouldn't really get tornadic weather in general, but this is going to keep translating up here to an extent, so we have to watch. Eventually the conditions won't be as favorable as the overall weather pattern just wouldn't allow it, but we're just going to keep watching things for you here, and I'll see you back here by about 7 o'clock or so. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. Let's go ahead and take a look here at our current radar imagery toward parts of Levy, parts of Marion counties. You do see here south of Williston right now, getting some lightning there, and then this new warning that has just been issued by the Weather Service. You might have seen it pop up on your screen here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45 for parts of Marion, so northern Marion under this here near I-75. So excuse me, talking about areas around Reddick, around Spar. So we just have to continue to monitor the progress of this here this evening as we're looking toward that area. So some lightning being indicated here, 4 lightning strikes in just the last few minutes here, with an indication on one of these, 5 on another. So seeing some of these, I'll go ahead and point them out for you. In fact, as we get over here west of I-75, so an area here of some lightning that's a little more concentrated. And then as we look here toward the north as well, I know it's kind of hard to see, but as we get here to the southwest of Reddick, there's some more lightning indicated as well. So seeing this, you're hearing the thunder around Williston there too. So just have to be mindful of that potential as it gets darker out there, of course, and gets harder to see with the downpours coming on in and that wind as well. So that's if thunderstorm warning that continues till 7:45. They just sent out an update here. The latest information from the Weather Service is that potential there does exist for those 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail up to an inch in size. So that is for northwestern Marion. So we're talking about some of the different communities under this warning that do include, it looks like, Ocala, over also into toward the Rainbow Lakes Estates area, Citra, Spar, Anthony, Reddick, as well as Lowell and Burbank, Romeo too. So I just want to continue to be making sure you're inside and away from windows down there. As we switch back over to the Jacksonville radar, I know they're talking about they're maintaining this warning here as we're continuing to watch the action as it is near or just north of that warm front. So that does mean we have to continue to really be watching it with every scan of that Doppler radar as we get toward northern Marion, again near Romeo, near Morriston. This is US Highway 41 here that we're talking about with this, and the hail potential. This is going to probably set up a little high with this here on this product, but you're seeing a little bit of that west of Romeo. Our other product does a better job of hail potential. Let me go ahead and put that on. We'll switch sources here. This will give you a better idea of what hail could be reaching the surface here near Romeo. So there it is. Not too big of a story there, it doesn't seem like, but we're further away from the radar, so we have to be mindful. As we look toward the north now, you see up towards Stark, we're just going to continue to watch the temperature increase a little bit in the general picture. I know where I'm at, we've seen a little bit of a drop, but not enough to actually drop us down from 59 per se here at this hour, as the rain now up to 1.79 inches today on my rain gauge in the eastern Stark area. The rain rates dropped though to about 1/10 of an inch per hour, so that means, as you can see on radar, the rain's not falling near as heavy as it was a few minutes ago. And we'll just continue to watch the action right now as I kind of back this up. We're not seeing too much in the immediate picture for Stark that looks too robust, but that could change at a moment's notice here. So let's go ahead, back this one up. You see near I-75, some of this here near Gainesville, not too terribly strong, but we'll have to watch that maybe down toward southern Bradford over the next little bit. So let me kind of back this up and go over to our DR level 3 computer. So you see some of this here going towards southern Bradford, but right now maybe more watching this action down toward Trenton and Chiefland towards Stark, but we have to watch where the warmer air goes here too, where that boundary goes, because things can start to get a little bit stronger along that here this evening. So let's take a look at some of these cameras again, and then I'll take another break, I think, with the coverage, as we're not in the best spot for the radar. We're still watching the severe storm potential down toward parts of Levy and then into toward Marion. It looks like there's something trying to rotate there northern Dunnellon. So let me pull up our radar scope, and then we'll go to the camera. Let's just want to make sure we're not missing a quick spin up tornado, because some of these can spin up really quick without much of a warning. So we just need people to be mindful of this as I go over towards storm relative velocity here. It's really hazy on the Tampa radar, so I'm not going to bounce that on right now as we get some updates off toward the west here. Nothing too important here in the chat right now, though, as we see a little bit of rotation to the north, but right now not as much surface base. But if it becomes more surface base, that's when you have to watch for something to try to spin up, and that actual spin up does maybe reach the surface in that case. So we'll just have to continue to watch that. A little something off the coast of Flagler, but that's moving away, so that's good. A little something off of Duval, but again, we're kind of far to the north with that. So more watching toward the south. It's an odd setup here, but this setup can sometimes give you some pretty potent weather. So we really need to watch. We have that tornado watch till midnight, another 5 hours or so. And hopefully by then we're watching more down towards central Florida and we can get it out of our county warning area per se that we cover here at Clouds Weather. So our covered area, of course. So we're still watching this here toward Marion, but now the cameras, let's go to the UF WeatherStem camera toward Gainesville, and you'll be able to see what's happening in the Ward Alachua County with the rain on the lens. You do see that falling, so that's some good news in terms of that winter drought type scenario that can set up sometimes. We've really not seen a lot of rain. I mean, we've seen 1.79 inches, as I just mentioned, toward Stark here today, and that's more than any day combined for the whole year. So in our first, I guess you could do the math here, first month and 5 days or so, we hadn't seen much rain in those combined days versus what we've actually seen today. As we go ahead now and pop on our Lowry WeatherStem camera as we speak of Bradford County here again where I'm at, east of Stark, we're still watching some more different metrics here. Winds only about 2 miles an hour as we now slipped on over to the baseball grounds camera in toward Jacksonville. You do see that rain on the lens there, and it's a wet commute home. We got to watch out for those accidents. I haven't checked here in the last little bit, but I suspect there's some accidents around with these wet roads. You just have to be very careful out there this evening. As we go over toward the Union County WeatherStem camera now, you'll be able to see some of that cloudiness as well. You see some of that rain there. So you just have to be mindful of the nasty evening overall. Some of that haziness there with everything. And we're going to continue to watch. We're going to continue to check in with the National Weather Service chat session for the latest. Continue to watch the radar. I'll pull that back up right now. And we'll go ahead and wrap things up here until I guess about, I was going to say 7:15. We might go ahead and take it out to about 7:20 or so. Unless I see something, of course, we'll jump on immediately. There's a tornado warning or something really ramps up on us. And we'll make sure to give you that information here just as soon as it comes out. But otherwise, unless I see something that pops on us real quick, I'll see you back about 7:20. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at 7:20 as we continue to watch that severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Marion. It does go into effect there still until about 7:45. So let's go ahead and zoom on in here as we're looking on the north side of Ocala over toward it looks like Kendrick, Anthony, as well as the Weather Service now talking about in the chat as we look at it here. Some weak rotation to the west of Ocala starting to develop. So there it is right near Martell. So it's weak right now, and the warm front's still to the south, but they're keeping an eye on it, of course, if we were to get that warm front to interact with that. And that's when we start to have some problems. So we just need to watch that. Right now, a little more elevated versus surface base, but that can change pretty quickly here in terms of that rotation, and still some of those winds, some of that hail potential could be reaching the surface here on the edge of the Doppler radar. As you could kind of see there. As we're looking, it's kind of hard to see some things here with the radar echoes as we get further away. This purple area here kind of just delineates that pretty good actually. But again, we are watching this here with some maybe hail potential in the vicinity of Martell. It's going to be moving over toward Ocala into the north here in just the next little bit. And the Weather Service is saying now that they wouldn't be surprised to see a funnel cloud form from that storm. So we're talking about near Ocala here. We have to watch because if we get the rotation to intensify, maybe a funnel cloud, we could get a quick tornado warning. So we have to watch. You see some lightning here north of Silver Springs, east and north of Anthony right now. So we're going to continue to watch that as we give you those latest updates as we look toward Reddick and Williston. I saw over toward Chiefland, Newberry, you see some lightning there as well. So I just have to continue paying attention. Remember, when thunder roars, you want to go indoors. As we look at some rotation in the north, luckily we're north of the warm front here, but there is something that's trying to evolve here near Sun Garden. We just have to kind of pay attention. I know sometimes when you get further north like that, it's a little bit harder to get something to evolve, but I know we were watching that storm in Putnam earlier as we get further to the north, so that's something you have to kind of keep in mind. Sometimes things can come together here based on the overall setup. As we look here now toward Marion County on our other product, and then I'll switch back to a wider perspective. As again, we're going to have trouble seeing exactly what could happen toward Marion. But there's Martell and Kendrick on this perspective, and now rotation tracker. Didn't show too much, which is good, but again, it's going to be hard to get a good gauge into the north here. You see some rotation near Sun Garden, but that's elevated. It looks more likely that would be the case here as we get here into toward Clay County to the St. Johns River. Some rotation off of Duval as well. Marine warning there. Could end up having some winds pretty strong. As we go ahead now and pull up our radar scope computer. I think that'd be a good place to go now. We'll pull up our Tampa radar because that can give us a good look at this sometimes too as we're on the edge, and that shows rotation maybe a little bit better there. Nothing extreme yet, but this can change quick, so that's what I'm kind of talking about a little more carefully here as we look toward Marion near I-75 right now. So again, we're watching the axis there. Watching that axis there, and the direction on this right now is off toward the east at 40, so it's over the Ocala Airport area near Ocala, moving east at 40, so we'll kind of put it in the north a little bit here, and if you go 40, it may not show all the way on the screen here, the whole track of this over the next hour, but it kind of goes off the screen, but you kind of get the idea here with this. You kind of get the idea that this will be moving in the direction pretty much of Ocala, and I'll zoom this out a little bit more to give us a better track on this, in fact. So east and a little bit north here at 40, so in about an hour or so, we're talking about it getting maybe closer towards southern Putnam. It just kind of depends here exactly how things go, and at that point, we'll have to just watch to see where the warm front is, see how things are interacting overall here, and to see how the parameters are off toward the east. So, latest information from the Weather Service in Tampa, the chat session that is a report from Williston of some, it looks like peat or marble-sized hail. This is from Fire Rescue there at State Road 121 and County Road 465 about 8 miles southwest of Williston. It was reported there at about, it looks like 6:55. So just trying to keep an eye on some of the different reports here. That's probably with this accent here more toward the north as we're well, 8 miles southwest of Williston, so it may actually be this storm. So let me go ahead and measure that out. 8 miles, so yeah, it'd be this storm that we were watching right in here, the one with the warning on it. So again, we were watching it out back to the west. So again, we're still continuing to watch things. This is a Tampa radar, so a little bit different look. Maybe not as easy to see things on it. We're just trying to give you some different perspectives of this action here at 7:26 on your Saturday night, Saturday evening. We're still continuing to track things here as they do impact parts of the area. Severe thunderstorm warning continuing there till about 7:45 for parts of Marion. I'll go ahead and jump back on camera now as we show you the wide perspective. Again, the tornado watch not going anywhere here. And then still seeing some lightning as we look toward Putnam County over the last little bit. Some of this action here, we're looking near Interlochen. In fact, you see some of these little strikes. I know on this map they're a little harder to see, but I just kind of point some of them out here. Seeing some of this lightning action overall. So just got to remember when you hear thunder roaring, you want to go indoors. So I don't know at this point, unless you have to be where you really want to be outside here this evening. I know some of you have jobs that might involve going outside for just a little bit, but overall, you just want to be inside there with the nastiness around. I mean, it's been a really, really wet day over the region and toward north central and northeast. But as you look to the north here, if you're watching from Tallahassee, you follow me over there, you're wondering what's the big deal, because we're there at 50. I'm not seeing too much. We had the storm in Franklin earlier. We gone ahead and posted about. We didn't break in for it because it was more of an isolated scenario. But they're at 50 in toward Tallahassee, 46 in Gadsden County, and it's just a rainy evening at times in toward that vicinity. As we look back over the last 12 hours, the rain hadn't added up too much there, but you really see the corridor where it's set up the most, and that's right here. I said it's on a different color scale earlier, but right here from Horseshoe Beach over toward Cross City, and I'll go ahead and kind of point some of this out here on the wall again. We'll just kind of move the map on up a little bit, and I see exactly what we're talking about here as we just kind of get towards Stark now. Seeing some of these action here, some of this action up toward Laurie, where radar estimated upward of 3 inches, give or take, depending on which rainfall estimate scale you use, up toward northern Bradford, northern Clay, southern Duval. So again, we're just going to continue to see how more rain will be set up there. Hopefully we don't get as much rain along this corridor, because if we did, we might start to have some flooding concerns to some extent, that we need the rain. It's been a pretty dry winter. Again, I've kind of mentioned this earlier here, but 1.81 inches today is what I've measured, and that's more than any other day this year combined on that rainfall scale. So the latest information just came in actually out of Marion. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and cancel the warning there. So that's some good news. They believe the storm is below severe limits and not generating enough wind. So they don't think the hail potential or the wind potential is enough. So you just saw that polygon right there drop off the screen. So right now, no active warnings. That's some good news. So if that stays the case here, we'll kind of ramp it down a little bit. We're going to keep the stream going. I know you guys are wanting to keep an eye on that radar here, and we have the tornado watch in place. So we'll do updates about every half hour unless we start having some more warnings here in the picture. So we'll go past 7:30, and then if we don't have any more warnings, we'll wrap it up till about 8 o'clock or so based on the overall scenario. Of course, things can change quickly, though, and the parameters really could still become more favorable as we're looking ahead in terms of that severe production, as we have this watch going all the way to Orlando to about midnight. So we just have to be mindful of what can happen. Again, the warning no longer in play for Marion. Let me go ahead and go up to radar scope here. We actually got a couple reports in. This is helpful here. We have some reports on our radar scope system. So let me go ahead and show you this right here. A couple of our reports coming in fact, from the service that we have here with this. That is actually don't show up necessarily on our weather service information, but we'll go ahead and pop this on right now because these are actual public reports directly in the system. As you see toward parts of southern Bradford, not too far away from the rest of it, looks like a 1-inch tree limb. More than one of those actually, talking about more than one of those 1-inch tree limbs were broken by the wind, it seems, and some shingles blown off as well. And then as we get near Stark here, I'm just seeing some rain being reported in the system. But again, this is a report in toward a system that we have here. 1-inch tree limbs being broken and singles broken off there, blowing off there. So I just got to continue to watch for that threat. We had some of the storminess around, and still can get some of that even without the severe weather. It's just a nasty evening, the nastiest day we've had all year in this area. Different out toward the west maybe. And I know at the beginning of the year we had some flash flood warnings right after the new year. I believe January 2nd we had those there as we were getting out toward eastern parts of Leon and getting over toward areas downstream of that even up toward Valdosta with some flooding concerns. So we're going to continue to watch this here. Seeing some lightning to the south, so I was writing this out to see if we have any more reports. There's some rain in Georgia there, Panama City, some rain, rain toward Baker, but as we get toward Flagler, another report here, and actually this is just into Volusia. It looks like the location, some pea-sized hail being reported there. So, again, interesting to be able to use some of this technology here on the board. Again, a view report of 1-inch tree limbs being broken and singles being blown off there toward the rest. So I'll zoom in a little tighter. As you can see some of this here in southern Bradford County near State Road 100. I'll go ahead and pop me back on. Since we don't have any active warnings, Weather Service still talking about funnel cloud potential, even though the storm isn't enough in terms of its intensity to maybe produce the severe conditions right now. Of course, if a funnel cloud were to get ready to touch down based on indications, or get a report of it actually touching down and a tornado warning would be issued, or maybe a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag based on some level of rotation within the radar, where the Weather Service now mentioning more heavy rain is moving into eastern Alachua County. So let me go ahead and move that up here. You see some of this coming in from the southwest, moving into the northeast, where 2 to 3 inches of rain is falling already from previous storms. So you just have to be mindful. Again, we start to have more of that minor flooding potential come to fruition. We're not talking about downpours, really, in terms of this producing those different wet spots. We're more talking about bigger puddles and really even in towards some of those ditches starting to overflow depending on where you're at. Of course, some of those are going to drain just fine, but some of those areas that don't drain just fine, that's when you start to have some more issues. You kind of know where you're at overall, and you just have to be mindful of those conditions. So it's 7:33 right now, no active warnings. I'm going to try to put our forecast model on. It's going to take a minute to load, and we may lose a few frames. So let me go ahead and switch this one over here. I haven't looked at this in a while. I think it's important, though, to go ahead and take some of this other information off, just so we can kind of get a gauge on exactly what's going on here with this weather situation. So just kind of look in the future, because sometimes when we're live like this, we don't have a lot of time to look at things behind the scenes. So let's kind of give you an idea of how things are going to progress through the evening hours here, as we have a little bit of a lull in those severe warnings with none on the board right now. So we have HRRR loading on in here into toward our toolkit. Let's go ahead now and pop that on. So this is what the radar should be looking like about now, give or take. And I'll go ahead and put our super on, just so if you're just tuning in, I don't want people to get confused and think this is the current radar imagery, as we're kind of trying to start to look ahead. So again, this is our forecast model here on this Saturday evening. We're continuing to watch. I haven't used the super in a little while, so it takes just a second to find. There we go. So as we go ahead now and get here, we're at 0Z, so we get to 1Z now, and that's going to progress to about 8 o'clock or so. You see some of that action. This isn't going to be exactly where the rain is, of course, but it gives us an idea of where some of this action can be. And then you get later on in the evening, you see some more moisture hanging around. I'm just going to kind of use this so when we kind of clear out more. So you see around 3Z, not as much, a lull. 4Z, and let me explain what 4Z means. So we're talking about a different type of scale on time. So 4Z means 11 p.m., 3Z, 10 p.m. You kind of get the idea. So this is about 11 p.m., not seeing as much in that watch area, which would be good, but you start to see some more action. This is a little bit of a look at things, and that maybe it gives me the impression, at least, and this may not be the case. This is a tricky pattern. We haven't seen a one front scenario like this in a little bit, but this gives me the impression, at least, that some of the severe threat might not materialize as much here to the north based on not seeing as much in the models in the short term. But let's go ahead and move away from the model. We're going live now with that radar once again, and I'll go ahead and put on some of our other tools here as well in our weather center. So again, there's a tornado watch. You see some lightning just popping up in southeastern Alachua or near Lochloosa. So I just have to continue to watch to see. Sometimes lightning can indicate an intensifying storm here with maybe winds trying to translate to the surface. So that's something we have to watch. The tornado watch till midnight. I think we're going to take a break right now, but we're going to keep the stream going here. I don't have too much around Stark and Bradford County right now. The Keystone's getting some pretty heavy rain there, so we'll watch for some of that action. I'll look at my other tools, make sure nothing's showing up in terms of rotation. And we haven't shown this to you in a little while, so let me just pop this on. We don't see too much around Keystone, not much here right now to the south. The wind energy weakening some, more toward I-95 though, so that's something we'll watch. But again, we're maybe not in an area to get that down to the surface as much, so that would be some good news. So again, I know we're going between some of our different systems, so we're kind of seeing things that get a little bit smaller sometimes when we're going between some of our different sources. So I do apologize for that, but let's go ahead now and pop back over to our GeoEarth as we look at some of those parameters again, as we see some of that instability. Let me go ahead and pop that on here. Actually, I don't see as much. That's some good news here. As I back this up, you see more instability to the south earlier with some of these colors. You'll see some more colors pop on, I think, to keep going there. You see the yellows a little more. This is down toward Lakeland, and we're not seeing as much right now as, of course, we're getting later on. But that's some good news. But our tornado parameters are pretty high, so when you get just even a little bit of energy combining with that, so we're talking about shear and energy, the combination of that, you still have to watch. So you have to watch down there. But right now, no accent really to speak of in that region. So we'll just have to see how this translates. There's even a risk tomorrow here as we look ahead towards Central Florida as a last check on that. As we look over towards some of those power outages now, we'll pop that information on, and then I think we'll let you go to 8 o'clock unless we have some new information that we need to pass along more imminently. So power outage U.S. the source here. As you see, St. John's only 12 customers, 795 out in Clay, 237 in Bradford, here in Bradford, and then 12 in Union, Columbia 25, none in Suwanee. But then as we get down toward Gilchrist, 228, Dixie 216. So you kind of get the idea. Some more power outages along that corridor in terms of the percentage anyway, when we saw some of that heavier rainfall. So even if you don't have severe weather, which we might have had some down toward that Chiefland region earlier, you can still have the issues with a tree limb falling on a power line, something that affects. So tornado watch continues here till 8 o'clock, or excuse me, I'm sorry, till midnight. So that's 5Z, of course. As I see, our next update, of course, will be about 8 o'clock or so. And I see some green information that's coming in the chat. I'm trying to figure out where this is. It's somewhere in our area, though. A report of an inch and 3/4 there of rain. So again, we're going to continue to watch things, and I'll be back about 8 o'clock unless we have some more information to let you know about. Stay tuned, everybody. Stay safe out there. Be careful on those roads as they're going to be slick throughout the evening hours. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour as we continue to watch the latest weather information here. We do see these temperatures as we're looking here down toward the south, 57 toward Gainesville and even 60 in Ocala, and that means more favorable for that severe potential as outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. But even in the Putnam County and Palatka as well, we still have to be watching because as we get down in toward that vicinity, there is some rotation here to the south of Interlaken. So let me go ahead and switch over toward our GR level 3 computer right now. We're able to zoom in. It's not quite maybe as tight as it was a frame or two ago. But we're also getting a little bit closer to the radar as we're still looking up about 5,500 feet into this storm, give or take. So we have to watch here for something as the weather service talking about that broad rotation west of Palatka trying to intensify as it does move off toward the east. So we just have to watch here. We just have to watch here because this scenario can kind of ramp up pretty quickly with its intensity. So as we get toward Gainesville now, we're not seeing as much with that wind energy. So that's some good news there. But we just have to continue to watch. The lightning here to the south seems like, as I bet, it's up here. We still have a northerly component here, maybe a little bit more than what some of our tracks are trying to show. So we just have to be mindful of that. As you can kind of see the track here, and then as we kind of go forward, it seems as if we're seeing maybe a little bit more of a northerly movement than, again, what this is showing. So we still have to watch up toward areas of southern Bradford County over the next little bit. Now I'm backing way up here. This is from a few hours ago, and then you start to see how things come in. We've had another wave come through, and then another wave trying to come up from the south, but that goes more toward Keystone. And now this accent definitely seems as if it's going towards southern Bradford as he put it in motion. So we'll just watch this together here once again on this Saturday night. We're just kind of watching the accent here as it does kind of come on up. So watching more toward Hampton maybe than anything. Keystone though too, that part of the county. We'll just see if anything becomes a little more robust with that. But right now we're not as concerned. The tornado watch there does go to midnight, but I think the threat's bigger to the south as it's been outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. So I'll go ahead now and pop that on right now. We'll go ahead and switch sources here. We'll switch sources and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about with the slight risk in play. And the tornado threat, though, is confined more, not completely, but more toward the I-4 corridor, really, from Tampa to Orlando. And this is going to be more into the night, it seems like, at this point, where we get a maybe another threat to try to evolve down there that's a little more robust. We'll just have to wait and see as we look here, Tampa, Lakeland, Orlando. So I'll go ahead and zoom back out, and I'll kind of just make sure we emphasize this, that if you're looking towards Central Florida with an interest tonight, make sure that the interest there, maybe a family member, a friend, knows that severe storms could happen during the overnight hours or even the late night hours here as we're looking even a little bit earlier in the timeline. So just make sure they have those ways to get those alerts. Make sure they have multiple ways to get alerts. Already a tornado watch in play for Orlando, but we could see another tornado watch go up down toward Tampa, toward Lakeland here later tonight. So we just have to be really on guard here towards Central Florida based on the overall parameters in play. So right now we're at 8:04. We're continuing to watch some rotation toward Putnam and Marion here. Nothing that's really standing out, but we have to just pay attention here. I know there's a little lighting off toward the west, and I'll just bring this up. Not severe weather at all out toward the west, none of that expected. But you see just a little lightning if you hear maybe a rumble of thunder here in our far western zones. Not too big of a concern. Some lightning even in toward southwest Georgia near Albany, and then up here as we get just out of our area there in the ward parts of Crisp County there. But again, we'll just kind of go ahead and keep our eyes on things here as we bring it back down. I think I'll take another break with our coverage as we're not seeing too much happening right now. Still some rotation though toward parts of Putnam County there. We're just going to keep watching it. We're going to keep tracking things. I'll be back by about 8:30 unless we need to come back on earlier. As in the Stark area, we're seeing some light rain right now. About 1.81 inches has fallen here today toward Stark. Toward Gainesville, there's some heavy rain coming in toward downtown Gainesville. Before we leave you with this update, let's take a look at that UF Weather Stem camera to see exactly how things look, because you can see that rain coming on down there toward Gainesville. We just have to watch to see if anything evolves there. But the bigger concerns toward Putnam County, we're watching some weak rotation in toward that general vicinity. So just stick with me for the latest updates, unless we have some new information to talk about. We'll see you back here at 8:30. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch some strong storms here in some of our southeastern counties. Nothing severe right now, so that's some good news. But that tornado watch does continue till midnight, so we're going to continue to make sure we give you those latest updates here as we look toward the Keystone area with some lightning near Putnam Hall. Nothing too robust, but there is a significant weather advisory. We're going to watch. There's some wind energy here, but nothing that's really coming together too tight. And same down toward the Pomona Park area as we look toward Flagler County. So just kind of stay tuned here to make sure nothing ramps up on us. But right now, we don't have things that look that close to becoming severe or tornadic. But with that warm front, you just never know. It can be kind of tricky. So we're going to at least stay with you here with this stream until 9 o'clock. I'll be back at the top of the hour then with more. And then we'll kind of reevaluate. But I'll go ahead and keep talking for a few more minutes right now as we just give you the very latest on this overall scenario as we did have a report just a little while ago there toward the lakeside area in Clay County of 2.2 inches of rainfall near the intersection of Oakdale and Moody Avenue. So that just kind of goes to show you here quite a bit of rain is falling. We're up to 1.85 to the east of Stark, so not too far away from the Stark Golf and Country Club, in fact. So just kind of giving you that perspective there. And then as we look toward our barometric pressure, we're at about 1,012 millibars. So that definitely is indicative of some storminess around in general, but it's not extremely low. We've had lower before and not had storms that are as robust as these, but you see one of those significant weather advisory polygons popping up here near Keystone, near Putnam Hall here. We're just watching for those winds, maybe according to the Weather Service, that are in that strong range, 45 miles an hour, something like that, but not severe, moving off toward the northeast at about 45 miles per hour, in fact. So we're going to continue to watch things here. I'm going to pull up radar scope in just a moment. I do want to look at the Flagler area because this would be an area that could rotate a little quicker, but right now just really broad rotation in the general sense. But let's go ahead and go over a radar scope right now, and we'll get that on the screen in just a moment so you kind of get a different look at some of our radar information here. This can be kind of helpful as we go between some different sources. So let me go ahead now and pop that system into our screen mode here, and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. As we get over on this, you can kind of see our super res reflectivity does show near Keystone. Again, some of the heavier downpours, and then they're going to be watching that cell. It looks like the Weather Service now talking about it. The cell here east of Palatka, they're saying starting to intensify as it moves into western Flagler. So we got to make sure here as we have a decent view of it, pretty far away, but a decent view overall. You see some of these winds to about 56 miles an hour in here according to the radar. So we could go to quick severe thunderstorm warning, or if we really started to see the red go on here, maybe a quick spin of tornado and a tornado warning being issued. But right now it looks more like if we were to get a warning, it'd be a severe thunderstorm type situation. You see some of this here as we even look down to the south, a little tail end, but not a lot on that side of things right now. So that's good. We're just going to continue to pay attention to our different mode to the Doppler, though, the Doppler radar, of course. And again, Keystone here just kind of gives you an idea of some of the times of arrival as we look here by 8:41, 8:56, 9:11. You kind of get the idea. It's a little hard to see, but with some of the stronger acts, I'm moving further into southern Clay and then into St. John's eventually. This area to the south here about 8:41, and then maybe just past that near I-95. So we're going to be seeing that near Crescent Beach in toward parts of St. Johns County. And then you see another one of our tracks here by 8:41 to 8:45 near Palm Coast as well with the southern flank of this. So just kind of giving you some ideas here with some of the strongest acts of this storm as we get the latest reader update there. So this is, again, according to our algorithms, we see more rain, but this doesn't look as robust right now, which is good. The two storms I'm watching that have a potential to go severe fairly quick on us, maybe not right away like we were seeing earlier with some areas that were right on the edge, but this storm a little less likely, and then this storm, based on what the Weather Service has been saying, I'll kind of boxes in here, this area right here, overall a little more likely. So just continuing to watch here, continuing to track some of that accent there as we look down toward the south. So the southern area is what's most favorable today. As we've talked about with the warmer temperatures, we're at 59 towards Stark right now, and temperature to the south a little bit warmer than that even. So let me go ahead, I'll go away from radar scope again, and we'll put some of those temperatures on for you. I know that can be kind of helpful in these situations to see where the more favorable areas for this. And you see 65 toward Orlando, 70 in another spot of Orlando there, and 60 in Ocala. So not really warm air, which is good. And the dew points aren't extreme either overall. So that's definitely some good news in this overall setup. So again, if we're not seeing a lot by 9 o'clock here, no active warnings, we'll probably wrap it up then. But it's just kind of a situation you have to play by ear. And of course, if a warning were to pop up, we would jump on immediately. But we'll be back at 9 with more unless we see something that we need to pop on for sooner as we get some more reports from some of the accident earlier out of the Flagler County Emergency Management Office there. They just put this in the chat session that at 20:35 hours, so that means at 8:35, right about now, reports of wires coming in down there at State Road 100. As well as on Water Oak. That's in Flagler County. Both are out in Daytona North, about 10 miles west of it now, but in Flagler County. So we'll see another report maybe pop up on that here in just a little bit as we are looking ahead into toward the timeline. So let me go ahead now, go back to radar scope once again, and then we'll go to power outages. Go to that, look at the power outages here, and show you exactly what's happening with that. So here is our radar scope computer. One of the perspectives we can use with that right now. We're just going to continue to watch, see exactly what's happening here east of Crescent City. See if something ramps up. You see a little bit of red popping on. So this is moving there according to our algorithm northeast at about 44 knots. So we'll just have to watch to see how this does end up ultimately tracking here further into Flagler. Is something that we'll be continuing to give you the latest updates on here over the next little bit. I'll come back on the camera now as we get that power outage information ready, and you'll be able to see what we're talking about in that department. As I refresh it, poweroutage.us, and this is kind of a aggregate look at things here with those power outages. We are looking right now. St. John's 188 customers, 14 in Duval, 802 in Clay, 83 in Putnam, 42,397 we're tracking. Flagler 149, just to kind of emphasize the reports we're getting in there. Maybe going up higher there though as we look ahead. 176 into Alachua, and then a little bit more in Levy and Gilchrist there. Dixie, you kind of get the idea. But we're just going to continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. I think I'll wrap it up for now, but we'll see you back about 9 o'clock unless we need to cut back in sooner. Again, just watching the numbers here and watching some of the different echoes on the Doppler. We did get a mesoscale discussion a little bit earlier. You might have saw this red box pop on this screen, and I'll just explain this is a technical discussion from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, who's keeping an eye on everything that's happening around here in this red box in general. They're talking about that the early evening water vapor imagery suggests a weak disturbance may be influencing the deep convection there that has migrated across the northern portions of Florida over the last few hours. An expansive cluster of thunderstorms is moving off the northern Florida Atlantic coast, with trailing convection there and scattered supercells extending west-southwest and north of the front there as a secondary area. I just got a new warning popping up. So Flagler County now, severe thunderstorm warning to 9:15. So we'll drill down on that in just a moment here as we get information in. But I'll just kind of summarize this here real quick, give you a quick synopsis that this is likely the back edge as we're talking about a secondary surface wave appears to be forming over the northern Gulf Basin ahead of the primary shortwave trough. I know that gets really technical, but they're talking about the dew points here, maybe not as high as you need. If the air mass continues to advance northward, they'll have to watch. Excuse me, my voice going there, but after 3 or 4Z, which will give you about, it looks like about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock or so in toward that timeline with some of the accidents. So a quick update here, new warning. So we're going to stick with this to at least 9:15 now. Severe thunderstorm warning for Flagler County. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 8 miles east of San Mateo to 6 miles east of Andalusia to 8 miles southwest of Bunnell, moving east at 55. So Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, Bunnell, Marineland, Beverly Beach, as well as Espanola under the severe thunderstorm warning. That looks a little more organized now. May not last to 9:15, but you can see the ramp up on some of our other tools as well. So let me go ahead and see that. Base velocity not as much, but storm relatives does show some of that ramp up here as we're looking toward Santana Lane west of Bunnell, looking toward Dinner Island here as well. We're talking about, it looks like, go to some of these roads here real quick. Not too many out here that actually show up on our sensors, but we're talking about Ruby Street in here in general. So we'll continue to watch a new severe thunderstorm warning being issued at 9 o'clock. Mainly the damage and wind potential with the movement east at 55. So this could knock out a few more power outages there as we're looking toward Flagler County, Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, Bunnell, Marineland, Beverly Beach, and Espanola under this warning until 9:15. We'll be back at 9 o'clock unless we need to come back on earlier with more weather information. Stay tuned out there and stay safe. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here just before the top of the hour. I wanted to give you the latest on this cell here before it goes off the coast. This is really starting to impact some of the more populated zones here on those coastal communities, in those coastal communities. As we get closer on the beach there. So again, just want to watch this because you see some of these stronger winds here as we watch them here right around Palm Coast, and even some of this to the south. It's not going to show up as good on our radar, but we have to be mindful of it because of the way the radar is at a distance here from this activity. So this is something to kind of just be watchful about here as we're looking toward Interstate 95 with these torrential downpours. It's going to be kind of hard to see what's happening down here as some wind energy is apparent near Palm Coast, near Marineland even, but some of it's starting to translate to the coastal waters. We're really right getting at the beaches now, so just be mindful there. Make sure you're staying inside, away from windows, some lightning, even in the vicinity where we have some stronger storms. That's worth noting here as well as you get up toward US 17 here, a significant weather advisory, and this could be a severe storm here in a little bit if it starts to show some more signs of rotation here near Bostwick, between Sun Garden and Bostwick. So again, just jumping on a little early as we watch this before it completely goes off the coast, still having some impact, but this will probably be expired a little early for parts of Flagler County here, as we've seen it already whittled away to an extent, but it's remaining in effect for northeastern Flagler, technically on 9:15, but that threat will probably end in the next 5 to 10 minutes here in the Palm Coast, Beverly Beach area. So probably more than like 2 to 5 minutes, to be honest. Just looking at some of those radar echoes of the wind, but we're at a distance, so we have to be careful as you get up towards Sun Garden, Green Cove. We'll just continue to watch. That's strong, but not severe. Some more action here into the Gulf Coast with some lightning now. Some cloud to cloud, cloud to ground lightning as we're looking out here. That potential does exist. So Trenton to Bell, also towards southern Taylor County. We're just going to continue to make sure we give you the heads up as we watch this storm and Flagler produce a little bit of damage, it seems. That's one reason we just kind of want to talk about it a little bit more, because there has been some reports of wires down to the intersection of State Road 100 there and another road in toward a neighborhood of Daytona North, as we're getting still in toward Flagler County technically there though. So and then as we get over toward the east, a emergency manager will later report of a tree down on Woodhaven Drive near US 1 in Palm Coast. So if you're just tuning in, I broke in a couple minutes early because we wanted to try this before it got off the coast here to give you another update, as people are still getting some impacts from it here. As it's getting very close to the coast now, you see here within the next 2 minutes, we're going to be seeing the heavier rain off the coast, it looks like here toward Flagler. Right now, State Highway A1A getting into some of the heaviest accident here, but then soon enough, that's going to be off the coast, and then that warning will be expired by the National Weather Service in Jacksonville a little bit early. So just continuing to watch that progress in there. We'll now go over toward radar scope, and just in terms of a little bit of information here, we're going to stick with this a few more minutes, and then I'll make a decision on if we want to continue to stream or not. Based on what we're seeing, since that warning's going to go away here soon. It's just a matter of if we think we can get some more warnings out of this stuff here in short order. If maybe that accident, if it doesn't maybe pose an immediate threat, maybe just wrapping the stream up and then start another one if we start to see the threat evolve again. So here's another perspective. So this here is moving off the coast, so that's good news. That accident not as much of a threat, but as we look here toward parts of Clay, the St. Johns River area, we're seeing some lightning here. So we'll just continue to watch it around Green Cove Springs and toward that vicinity. And then we have some more action off toward the west. You see some of this lightning here around Trenton and Bell, for instance. So we'll just have to see how that does evolve here over the next little bit. So just kind of different ways. We have another area there off toward Salem and toward southern Taylor County as well. But right now we're not maybe as concerned about that. But we'll just have to watch and see, because things can evolve on us pretty quick. So we're going to wait for the official expiration of this warning here, and then we'll make a decision. I'm leaning toward just going ahead and keeping the stream going until 9:30, as they just canceled the warning officially that did just come down from the National Weather Service in Jacksonville. So I'll go ahead and pop back on camera here in just a couple seconds so we see that clearing off the board. It'll be off the board here just momentarily. It'll have to just set up in the system to do that here. Once it gets that information in, it'll go ahead and take it off the board. That polygon, the yellow polygon here will go away pretty much in seconds. So, but now Palm Coast, that's it. I'm moving off the coast as we've explained. Still watching a strong storm up toward Palatka and really to the north there into the St. Johns, and then as we get towards St. Johns County, of course, and then more action. We got to watch this outdoor bell and trend because that looks a little more organized than some of our winds on some of our wind products. So just continue to watch that. So I think we're going to go ahead and keep the stream going for now. No active warnings at this point, but we gave you the heads up about the Flagler situation, told you about what was coming, and gave you the information about a few damage reports, hopefully not too widespread. I'll check PowerOutage.us again to see if there's anything that's new out of Flagler here that's worth mentioning in terms of information coming on in. And we are up to 1,036 customers now in the dark, so we've seen a little bit of a jump. I believe I'll look at the other counties, and that is the highest number we have in our area. So Flagler right now seems to be the hardest hit in terms of the acts, and nothing extreme. It doesn't look like. We don't know for sure. We're so far from the radar. It's hard to get an idea of exactly what's happening at the surface there, but we just have to continue to watch the different scans here. And we watch the Jackson moving towards St. Augustine as well. I'm going to go ahead and switch between some different things again. St. Augustine, more action in Gilchrist County. We'll have to watch for some hail maybe out of these or some winds, but we're getting in a spot. Once these get further north, they become more elevated overall, depending on where the warm front is. But we'll just keep you up to date, keep you abreast of the situation. I'll be back about 9:30 unless we need to break back in sooner. So that tornado watch does continue. Let me go ahead and broaden the view out on our other product once again. We have our GeoEarth computer on here, and so I'll be able to pop things up. Interesting just how cold it is in southern Georgia here. I mean, we're at 47 Camilla, 46 Albany, 45 in Fitzgerald. So that just kind of shows you that contrast here of some of that cooler air and some of that warmer air. As you get here, I know Ocala right now, we're sitting at about 59 degrees there. So definitely something that's interesting to see in the 60s as we get toward Flagler, or even Bradford, Keystone's at 61. I'm at 59 still. We've had that rise earlier and then holding steady here for the last several hours. But even Columbia at 50, they're not in the tornado watch, and that's kind of one of the reasons why, really. You see the changes in temperatures. That can kind of give you an idea of where tornadic activity and more robust severe weather would be more or less likely based on the warmer temperatures, more likely in general in this scenario, and less likely in areas with those cooler temperatures. So tornado parameters enough here as we kind of see the energy. There's not a lot of it, but when you have that, we got to watch because there's still a threat. And I think it's important just to mention because we won't be on for the Central Florida stuff tonight unless something really starts to ramp up. Of course, if we got a situation where it became more of an outbreak of severe weather, then we would have to go ahead and cover that because it'd be more of a national type scenario. But overall, we're not expecting to have to cover the Central Florida stuff, but just make sure you have warnings, or excuse me, let me say that again. Make sure you have ways to get those alerts. Make sure you have those ways to be alerted here to those warnings as we go over to our tornado safety tips. It just is important for those under the tornado watch, even up here in Bradford County and Clay County to the north here. We're watching some of that threat, so you just want to stay tuned for those updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts here, but overall, the threat here to lower. I just want people, if you have family and friends, Orlando, Tampa tonight, they need to be watching here because the threat looks to be greater there. It's uncertain just how much of a threat will evolve. Could this be more damaging winds? We'll have to just wait and see because we don't see a whole heck of a lot right now here on our maps. But we have to just watch here to see how things maybe intensify as we do look ahead in the timeline. I'll go ahead and put our tornado map up right now. This is the official forecast from the Storm Prediction Center where they're expecting, and I'll zoom it out a little bit just once we get it lined up. So you see Orlando, You see Tampa over here, the I-4 corridor getting into this. So we'll continue to watch. We'll continue to keep you updated here in the Weather Center. And I'll be back about 9:30 unless we need to break back in sooner. So again, you're watching some of that. The threat greater to the south, but even the marginal risk here. And a marginal risk does, in this case, equate to a tornado watch toward parts of Union, Bradford, Clay. You kind of get the idea here as they overlap things on this Saturday evening. So stay tuned. That storminess should get out of the way before the Super Bowl down in the south and definitely up in our region as well. But more storms later in the week. We'll be watching warmer temperatures here coming in the picture as we're looking toward northern Florida and what's going to be an active pattern. See you back about 9:30 with the latest updates as that tornado watch continues until midnight. Back with you here at the bottom of the hour. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, continuing to watch the situation. Right now, no active severe thunderstorm tornado warnings, but a tornado watch does continue here down to our south as we're looking from Bradford, where I'm at, down to the south here, in toward Ocala and in toward Flagler County as well. You can see it going for parts of west central Florida, but you see Orlando has been dropped, and I think it's important to emphasize this because since there's no active warnings right now, I just want to make sure we're focusing even out of our area for later tonight because despite the watch being dropped, don't lay your guard down. If you have friends and family in the Orlando area, we're expecting a threat to reemerge here as we get toward the overnight hours. So let me pull on that tornado risk. So the tornado risk is actually greatest here on the southern side of the watch, and we already removed the other watch because they're expecting that a threat may emerge here again as we're looking in toward those overnight hours, and a new tornado watch might have to be issued for this other yellow area here, Orlando, Tampa, the I-4 corridor. It's very important. People have ways to get alerts. I know generally a threat doesn't look too robust in the overall setup here, but I think it's important just in history. If history tells us anything, we've had bad tornadoes in February during the middle of the night in central Florida. So I want you to, it's very important to make sure your family members, your friends have ways to get alerts there from Tampa, Orlando, Raleigh, anybody in the green or the yellow colors here. I'll take off the watch for a second. If there's anybody in this area that you know here, especially the yellow, you got to make sure, but even the green, that they have those ways to get alerts because maybe things don't evolve, and generally the Senate says maybe it wouldn't, but I just based on history, climatological history really kind of tells us here, synoptic history, I guess you could say here, in terms of this, the overall pattern, we're talking about a scenario where I just don't like it, and I just want you to make sure everybody's watching it down toward the I-4 corridor here tonight. The Super Bowl's tomorrow in Tampa. I just don't want anybody to get caught off guard down there because this is an odd situation, a Sunday morning, Super Bowl Sunday, and a tornado threat of re-evolving maybe during the middle of the night, and you see small parts of our area are clipped by this here. We're talking about really southern Marion and into parts of very far southern Flagler. But even watch here, if they used to do a new tornado watch, they could go all the way up into Levy and Alachua, Putnam, and St. John's, Flagler with it. We'll just have to wait and see. I would think Bradford wouldn't be under the new watch here, as things don't look as robust up here overall. But that's going to be later on in the night. We may or may not actually cover that on the air based on how bad it is. But still, it's important, even though it's out of our area for the most part. Of course, if it's in our area, and Marion Flagler will be on as needed. You can count on that, but I'm talking about tornado warnings toward the Orlando area. That's technically out of our viewing region that we cover in general, but in emergency type or really significant type outbreak scenarios, we will cut in. So hopefully it doesn't get to that, because if I have to cut in, that means things have probably ramped up a little bit more than we would like, but we'll keep updated on Twitter as well. I'll make sure to post about the warnings that are needed down there as well. Probably post every tornado warning on Twitter at Cloud Casey there, twitter.com/Cloud Casey. So that's another method you can use. But let's go over to our radar right now. We have some very weak rotation here near High Springs and Clark, wind energy, as well as we're looking toward Branford. Some significant weather advisories, but things aren't too impressive right now, so that's good news. We go to our other wind mode. It says it a little more robust, but some of this isn't really translating to the surface. It doesn't look like. We have to watch, of course, but right now, I think that bigger threat is where we're going to be looking toward the south, as we highlighted here. We just want people to be weather aware here tonight. I would hate for something bad to happen. Everything that's gone on with the coronavirus over the last year, we don't want a tornado threat to emerge here and catch people off guard. I'm not saying we're going to have an outbreak, but I'm saying that we could have some tornadoes that could cause some issues that catch people off guard. So I just want to ramp that up a little bit more than I typically would for the type of threat we're seeing, because it's in history. Overnight situations, Central Florida, February, we've seen bad things happen before. So anytime you have an overnight tornado threat, though, it's important to have ways to get those alerts. But I'm going to go ahead and get our model data loaded once again here. I'll put it in Florida mode, I think, and this might give us a good demonstration. We'll try to walk you hour by hour through this. In just a moment, we might be losing a few frames here, but we'll kind of just try to walk you through this to show you what could happen during the overnight. This will just be one simulation of the scenario, but I just want to kind of mention this because maybe even the models aren't having the greatest handle on this. We just want people to watch and know. Well, we are losing a few frames now, but I just want to go ahead and show this just in case we need to go ahead and Roy be letting you know here about stuff as things might ramp up a little bit more than what is overall predicted. So let's go ahead now and let's get over to our other source. I think we have GR Earth pulled up now once again. So let's go ahead and pop that on. Here our forecast model. Our forecast model does show the story. So we're going to move it ahead a little bit. This gets us to about 4Z, which is 11 o'clock here as we're kind of doing the conversion. So this gets us to 4Z, and then you see some storms, maybe strong, right on the edge, more of the wind, hail, maybe types up to the north, I would think, based on the setup here, but can't still. We have the tornado watch in play. When you're under a tornado watch, you still have to watch for isolated tornadic action, but as we move this along here, 5Z, you see some of this, again, some of this probably elevated toward northern Florida, but as you watch towards maybe the Gainesville, Cal area, this would be something you might have to still watch for a little bit more, something being surface-based. So as we get towards 6C, you see some of this. Again, a lot of this may not actually really, when I mean elevated, I mean the damaging potential not reaching as much to the ground as we're north of the warm front. But 6Z, 7Z, this gets us to about 2 in the morning. That's when we're starting to watch a little more. This is south of Cedar Key during the middle of the night here, as we've talked about. 3 o'clock in the morning now, 8Z. That gets you to some storms maybe around Ocala. Some of this could be severe. As we look now toward 9Z, you see some flagler action, so we have to cut in, might have to do some coverage during the night. That gets us to about 5 a.m. So 6 a.m., 7 a.m. As we progress this along, you still see some accident, even maybe some isolated storms. I don't like seeing some supercell development. Even Southwest Florida's got to watch into tomorrow based on some of the models I've seen. So that might be after sunrise down there. You can kind of see how they're kind of discreet in the model. So we have to watch for South Florida even later on. Eventually, maybe some of the parameters falling off, but we still have to pay attention to where South Florida there. So I just, even if I'm not back on necessarily here, we could still have some things go on, and I'll be updating you on Twitter when we have stuff that's not really meeting the criteria, because I have pretty high criteria to come on for severe weather outside of our region, and it can still be deadly even without it actually meeting the criteria based on maybe a tornado emergency, which has never actually been issued in Florida before. That's one of my general criteria or an outbreak scenario, and we don't have the tornado percentage for that, but still can have bad things happen. Of course, if I see something really ramp up, we'll break in if I'm really concerned, because of it being Florida, being the Sunshine State, we do have a heightened sense of awareness and alert for that. And again, Flagler County, Marion County, that's part of our area, and we'll be on for any warnings that pop up in that vicinity, especially tornado warnings. So again, just another look at the radar picture. We're at 9:39 now. Let's go over toward our other system here, our DR level 3, Branford, getting some wind energy, but it's not really too terribly strong looking here on our software right now, which is good news. This is showing some of that more elevated action really. We're just going to have to continue to look, though, at our tools here in our toolkit, at our disposal. We're just going to have to watch. I'll look over toward Branford now. You see this maybe moving toward Lake City, but again, the overall threat a little bit lower as we're looking here in this vicinity. The no tornado watch for Columbia County as we get some hail reports in from earlier around Palm Coast and Flagler Beach. Pea-sized hail, not too significant, but still interesting to note nonetheless. So we're going to watch some of this move in. More rain toward Bradford, but nothing too impressive, robust, but still a tornado watch. Still watch for it. But I think based on everything we're seeing, the threat will be a little bit higher later on in the nighttime, which is unusual, but can happen this time of year towards Central Florida. Again, we've seen it before. Hopefully we don't see anything, and we're not forecasting it explicitly, anything like what we saw back in 2007, back in 1998 in that area. Just being Super Bowl Sunday, being in the middle of the night, being a tornadic scenario, I just want you really, it just makes you want to make sure people are paying attention to the very latest updates. So I think that pretty much does it, unless I see new information here that suggests we're going to get a warning imminently. We do have that tornado watch here, so even though we're going to go off with the coverage for now, there's not been any active warnings for a while, and hopefully it stays that way toward our area. But I do think our southern zones, far southern zones, Levy, Alachua, Marion, Putnam, Flagler, St. John's could get under some type of threat here again later, but even further to the south where that threat will be maximized, as we've shown here with the outlooks. You see some marine warning to the east, even a marine warning out to the west. We'll see how that holds together. Probably going to fall apart some out in toward the Florida Panhandle. Of course, cloudsweather.com/radar will give you the latest information, some lightning information as well here. If you're seeing some of that accident in your neighborhood, you're seeing some of those downpours, it's just always interesting to watch here overall to see exactly where they're moving. Of course, if you get some damage, send me the reports. I'll try to pass those along to the National Weather Service here if there's any in your neighborhood. We're still at 59, ironically, on my center now on our actual information. You see 61 in Keystone, but 59 where I'm at towards Stark. Rain up to about 1.9 inches, 1.87 to be precise, for this Saturday. That rain rate not showing up right now because we don't actually have any rain falling, but let's go back over to our radar scope. Again, we're going to pop that on into our system here. We're still watching some of this, and again, we're going to have to watch toward the south later tonight. I think that's for a threat. Again, I hate to keep repeating myself, but I just want people to be up to date because it's Saturday night. I mean, you're going to be tuned out pretty much the information. I mean, the Super Bowl's tomorrow, and you just got to be paying attention here as we're getting a delayed report. This is something I actually pulled up the mobile chat to find out why they dropped that tornado watch and some of the particulars. And you heard that beep. They're talking about maybe a quick tornado spun up in Indian River County way down south earlier near the Vero Lakes Estates area with some backyard items thrown. So not too significant there, but again, it just shows the environment we're in, really. I mean, to get something like that where the environment's going to be more favorable later tonight down there in toward Central Florida makes you want to pay attention. As we look toward High Springs, toward Branford, you see some lightning here. We're going to just keep watching that. Remember, when thunder roars, you want to go indoors. It's so wet out there that probably don't want to be outside too long with the ground being soggy. We've had that rain. I mean, the most rain we've had by far all year today here in toward this dark area. Tornado watch continues to midnight. If we have new warnings, we'll break in form here in the Weather Center. I'll broaden the view back out here to show you the whole area. Pretty much you see 40s toward Gadsden, 40s in southwest Georgia with that rain. I mean, we've had some wintry precipitation toward Atlanta even reported, seeing some reports there. And you can see from Greenville, South Carolina, an inch or two of snow even. That tells you just the dynamic setup that we have here, and snow in Missouri as well. Nothing terribly significant accumulating there, not enough really for the more advanced type alerts, but still always interesting to watching some of this action in the Gulf of Mexico as well to see how it develops here later on. You see some lightning with it here. You see some of this lightning, so we'll be continuing to watch to see how things move and evolve here in the weather picture. For now, meteorologist Casey Cloud. That wraps it up with our coverage, that tornado watch in the yellow areas till midnight. Going to be watching for a bigger threat now, maybe later on in toward the overnight hours towards Central Florida. So that's something you just want to, again, stay abreast of. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me for now to protect you and your family.